New details this morning in the murder case of Timothy Reynolds. What we are learning about the squeegee kid accused of killing him.
These criminal organizations were extremely organized, ruthless, and wreaked havoc in our communities.
A new sentence shedding light on the crime crisis in Baltimore. The prosecution policies being presented to combat the levels.
And it's a colder start this morning. We'll take a look at what we can expect today and when our next weather maker rolls in as well.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for waking up with us on this Tuesday, November 29th. I'm Megan Gilland. Let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers and see how this day is shaping up. Good morning.
Good morning, Megan. Definitely cold start to this morning. A lot colder than yesterday when we were waking up in the 50s. This morning, more of those 30s are out there. So as you look out over our live cam, we've got mainly clear skies. That's one of the reasons that we've got these colder temperatures. Cloud cover not acting as a blanket. We're talking about 33 in Cockeysville right now, 34 in Towson, and 35 in Baltimore City as you're up early with us. A cold Tuesday morning will lead to a cooler afternoon, but we're dry today. Rain is moving in tomorrow. That's our next weather maker. And you can see our morning commute. You can see those numbers mainly staying in the 30s for the next few hours. So you'll need your heaters as you get out and about on the roads. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes.
Sounds good, Justin. Thank you. It's 4:31, and we want to take a look at your Len Stoller traffic network. Looking great here this morning in the green. 9 minutes, your longest commute, and that is from 95 to 83.
That was first I'd heard of any Crip affiliation or alleged affiliation.
Exclusive new details this morning about the squeegee kid facing first-degree murder for Timothy Reynolds' death that you're only going to see here. Coming up in our 5 o'clock hour, Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost will join us with the very latest details and what this could mean for the case moving forward. Turning now, though, to a city in crisis. It has already been a violent start to the week. 6 people shot yesterday. One of those victims died. And now Fox 45 News is learning of an incident happening at Horseshoe Casino.
I mean, that's a scary thought for anybody. It's one thing if you put yourself at risk, you do something that's quote unquote risky, but just at a random act to have something like that happen to you, that's a scary thought.
According to police, a man was assaulted and robbed just before 1:30 Monday morning after he had been picked up from an Uber at the Horseshoe Casino. According to the victim, the driver began going the wrong way, taking him to Bayard Street near Wickamo Street. Once there, 5 or 6 men armed with guns ordered the man out of the car. One suspect then took the man's phone and struck him in the face several times.
You have to do your best to be wary, but at the end of the day, a scenario like that could happen to anybody. That's scary to think about, I guess.
Meantime, Uber is reminding customers to always verify their ride before getting into the car and that they are supporting police in this investigation. Well, this crime comes 1 month after Topgolf opened right near Horseshoe Casino. It's one of many new developments in Baltimore meant to attract tourists. When Topgolf opened, we spoke with an economist who says the development can help the city, but only if leaders get a handle on crime.
Right, there's too much anxiety among many people in terms of coming to the city, including downtown. If we can address that anxiety by improving the public safety outcomes, this city will be on the march forward once again.
Meanwhile, a gang member in Baltimore City involved in multiple murders has now been sentenced to decades behind bars. Prosecutors say 21-year-old Rashad Nesmith was among 15 men who took part in dozens of deadly and violent crimes. And prosecutors say that he was a member of the infamous Triple C gang.
It's a shame to come out of this courthouse and sentence somebody to decades longer than they've been alive, but it's necessary.
Nesmith has been sentenced to a 40-year prison sentence. Maryland's U.S. Attorney Eric Barron says the state will no longer stand for this havoc.
If you commit a violent crime in this city, we will be on your trail. And when we find you, you will be held accountable.
Back in August, Barron announced a plan to crack down on criminals using what he describes as an Al Capone model of prosecution.
I have directed my staff to investigate and prosecute repeat violent offenders for any and all wrongdoing that meets our priorities.
Fox 45 News asked Barron if Baltimore City State's Attorney-elect Ivan Bates plans to follow his lead with some of these tough-on-crime initiatives. He says the two remain in close contact, but would not comment on Bates's incoming policies. With the rising crime and the shortage of officers across our city, it was unknown if the mayor's Christmas parade would go on as planned. Now we are learning that it is likely to be in full swing this weekend. During a fundraiser for the parade yesterday, organizers told Fox 45 News the city told them they're partnering with the sheriff's office and the state to make sure that the show goes on.
I'm elated. They said to me it's almost 100% to go, and that's what we're going by.
The mayor's Christmas parade has been going on since 1972. It draws thousands of people every year. You can find more on the back and forth over the Christmas parade on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Elsewhere in a city in crisis, Fox 45 News continues to demand accountability from the Baltimore City Council. This after a controversial vote to shorten how long they need to serve in order to receive a pension. The council has advanced that bill and is awaiting a decision from Mayor Scott. Last week, a spokesperson for the mayor said he had not made a decision yet. The mayor could either sign the plan, veto it, or let it become legislation without his signature after 3 regularly scheduled council meetings. Community activist Pastor Shannon Wright is urging the mayor to veto the bill.
So that's going to cost the city more. So the city is going to be paying more and we're going to be getting less. That's not good math. It doesn't work.
The bill would reduce the number of years elected leaders need to serve to receive a lifetime pension from 12 years down to 8 years. The bill is backed by Council President Nick Mosby, who says changes to their pension plan are in direct response to voters overwhelmingly passing Question K, which puts term limits on elected leaders. More than 70% of voters approved that ballot question. We want to hear from you. Should Mayor Brandon Scott veto the pension bill City Council passed for themselves? Right now, 98% say yes. 2% say no. You can still weigh in. Just take out your phone, point it at that QR code right there on your screen, and that's going to take you to foxbaltimore.com/vote where you can weigh in. An update here this morning surrounding the daycare owner accused of shooting her husband. What led up to that altercation and the next steps moving forward. Plus, we're waking up with dry conditions this morning. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know when we'll see our next chance for some rain. It is 4:37 and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Welcome back, everybody. On your Tuesday morning, our Weather Authority forecast. We're 20 minutes in front of 5 o'clock. Starting off cold this morning, definitely colder than yesterday. As you look out from our Towson camera, quiet conditions now as we head into the afternoon. Overall, looking pretty good. You won't need the umbrella today. Definitely the sunglasses and definitely the jacket this morning. Maybe even the gloves and the hat as well. Out for a run or a jog, make sure to get the extra layer going because numbers are going to be mainly in the 30s over the next couple of hours. We are tracking our next weather maker, and we'll talk about how much rain we're expecting for tomorrow coming up in a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. 4:40 and developing here this morning. A Baltimore County woman pleads guilty to shooting her husband because he allegedly molested children at her Owings Mills daycare. Shantiri Weems entered the guilty plea inside of a D.C. courtroom yesterday. Prosecutors are calling for 2 years in jail for her, but her lawyers are arguing self-defense and are calling for leniency. Authorities say she shot her husband, 57-year-old James Weems Jr., at a D.C. hotel in July after confronting him about the accusations. James Weems is being held without bond at the Baltimore County Detention Center in Towson.
Another college bringing back a vaccine mandate. I'm Angela Brown in Washington, D.C. We'll tell you where and the response from both sides.
Inflation frustration may be easing across the nation. Still ahead this morning, the current prices you can expect to pay at the pump. But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, a top border official calling out the White House in the ongoing crisis. The former head of Border Protection will join us to discuss. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. Time now 4:42, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, a local all morning. It is 4:44 and on the path forward. The list of colleges mandating the new updated COVID booster is getting longer. As the National Desk's Angela Brown explains, Notre Dame is the latest university to require the new booster.
Notre Dame is the latest university to require the new updated COVID booster. A handful of students claiming it violates individual rights. Universities requiring the new shot argue they are just looking out for all students. Get the updated COVID booster or no enrollment at Notre Dame University. Reported by The Observer, an independent newspaper serving Notre Dame, and the hot topic on social media. The Observer reporting students can apply for religious or medical exemptions. College watchdog group Campus Reform says there's no justification for the new mandate.
COVID's no longer disrupting normal societal function. It doesn't pose a sufficient risk to the public's health to justify a vaccine imperative. Every time a new booster is developed, it's really disruptive and runs roughshod over individual freedoms.
But it's not just Notre Dame. Harvard, Yale, Fordham mandating the updated COVID booster as well, as college campuses brace for the chance of a winter uptick in COVID. CDC Director Rochelle Walensky.
The laboratory data suggests that this updated vaccine will perform better against the circulating strains we have right now, that it will perform better against other circulating variants that may come, and that it won't sacrifice anything in terms of protection of the original strain.
The new mandate coming at the same time other colleges are relaxing restrictions. University of Hawaii suspends COVID-19 vaccination and testing requirements. At Kent State, COVID-19 vaccines, including all booster shots, are strongly recommended but are no longer required. Different mandates, different colleges. Overall, the CDC says roughly 12% of the U.S. population has gotten the new updated COVID booster. In Washington, D.C., I'm Angela Brown.
In other world and health headlines, the World Health Organization renames monkeypox as Mpox, citing racism concerns. The UN Health Agency says the name was changed due to concerns by the, quote, racist and stigmatizing language that emerged after monkeypox spread to more than 100 countries. The WHO said that many individuals and countries asked the organization to come up with an alternate name. The organization says to date, more than 80,000 monkeypox cases have been identified in dozens of countries. 4:47 here this morning. We want to check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers and see how this forecast is shaping up today. How's it going?
Yeah, well, cold this morning, Meg. Colder than yesterday for sure. We were in the 50s yesterday morning. We stayed in the 50s throughout the day and overall saw those clouds kind of hanging around with that wind as well. Today, a lot calmer but colder. The clouds have rolled on. The radiational cooling allowed to happen, and that's why we've seen those temperatures that have dropped significantly. In fact, 35. This is typically where we are this time of the year for the morning time, but we are seeing definitely a departure in terms of those numbers from what we saw yesterday. So no wind to speak of. The dew point at 32 degrees. So we do have 88% humidity out there. Not much in the way of any kind of actual rain or any kind of cloud cover that we're seeing as we're starting to dry out a little bit more. That ridge of high pressure centered over most of the mid-Atlantic. We are tracking our next weather maker, bringing some snow to the central plains and the northern tier states. And later today could see a severe weather outbreak in parts of the country. 34 by the next hour, and keeping those temps mainly in the 30s here for your rise and shine cast, with the sun coming up at 7:05 this morning and back to bed tonight at 4:45. Here's a look at your high temps. Average this time of year is 53, so a lot of us will be below that number, hanging on to some upper 40s for Westminster and Bel Air out through Elkton, lower 50s Chestertown and Stevensville on the eastern shore, with 52 your high today in Baltimore City and 51 in Annapolis. Up and down the 95 corridor, upper 40s in Harrisburg and Philly, up into New York with 54 in D.C. Actually, you can see some of those warmer temperatures just to the west of us, and that's an indication of some changes that are coming our way. These temperatures are kind of all over the place here on your temperature tracker. So we go above average tomorrow, then we drop below average into Thursday and Friday before we see a spike this weekend, and then those numbers kind of level out as we get into that first full week of December. Here's a look at our future scan. So for today, we'll see a little bit more of the way of sunshine, less wind for the afternoon as well. Getting you to tomorrow, here comes our next weather maker. You can see these showers developing about 6-7 o'clock tomorrow morning. The wind is going to pick up and bring us warmer air. All of those red lines there indicating ahead of that cold front, that warmer air that'll be in place. And that's going to help to really get the atmosphere all juiced up. So we'll see more of those showers continuing through the afternoon and into the evening time. Drier and colder air filters in right behind that strong cold front. So we'll see that wind pick up and the temperatures drop on Thursday. But we do start to see drying conditions here as we head toward Friday and Saturday, slightly warmer conditions. conditions will be around. 20 days until Hanukkah. We're just 3 weeks away from tomorrow, the winter solstice, and we're 26 days away right now from Christmas on your holiday countdown. If you can believe it, 33 days until New Year's Day 2023. All right, so temperatures you can see are going to be basically in the 50s today, right about 60 tomorrow with those showers, and then colder on Thursday and Friday. But we do warm up. Actually looking not bad for the Ravens game on Sunday afternoon. It'll be a little chilly, but we stay dry for Sunday. Meg?
All right, sounds good, Justin. Thank you. To our Lens Solar Traffic Network we go now, and we've got an issue we want to make you aware of. You're taking a look at it right now. Live look as 3 right lanes are closed. This is on 95 southbound between Caton Avenue and 695, obviously causing some traffic delays there. You see the cars that are getting by just inching through that area. Try to avoid this one if you can. We'll keep an eye on it as the morning progresses. For a check now on mass transit, we have Mark Jones with the MTA joining us. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Penn Train 401 operating with a 5-minute delay. The other trains of MARC look good for the commute start. Light rail link showing no delays on time service from end to end, and Metro subway link on time between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for the commute. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Early holiday shopping starting off strong. I'm Atrell Nashar with a look at whether it's enough to keep the economy afloat.
Plus, a possible new crime trend that could impact you. What we're learning about an assault on an Uber rider. 4:51 now, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning. Stocks closing down as protests rattle parts of China. The Dow lost nearly 500 points while the S&P dropped 62. The Nasdaq fell 176 points. Investors are spooked as Chinese officials lock down more provinces because of COVID measures, including some areas that are vital for global supply chains. Oil prices, meantime, are dropping to their lowest levels this year. Brent crude slid by more than $2 just yesterday. It's now trading at nearly $81 a barrel. WTI also fell to $74. Both of those benchmarks have posted 3 consecutive weekly declines. Some good news. Gas prices also dropping. The nationwide average is down to $3.54 per gallon of regular, according to AAA. Maryland's average right now is just about a penny more than that. The national average is down 12 cents in a week and 22 cents in a month. Prices are still 15 cents higher than at this time last year on average. Diesel prices remain high at $5.21 per gallon. Economists are trying to gauge how resilient the U.S. economy will be heading into a new year. National correspondent Atra Al-Nashar has a closer look from Washington.
So far this holiday season, all signs indicate Americans aren't afraid to spend despite high inflation.
It just kind of is what it is at this point. I mean, we're still going to celebrate Christmas. I mean, I think it is on the top of everybody's mind.
Black Friday shopping and airport travel shattering last year's numbers, according to figures from Adobe Analytics and the TSA. Can consumer momentum carry through the festive season? The national average gas price down 20 cents from a month ago, but at $3.54, still 15 cents higher than a year ago. Grocery prices also pinching budgets of big get-togethers.
We're probably going to have to buy stuff and probably cut back a little bit because it is expensive.
In a speech Monday, New York Fed President John Williams says he's starting to see demand and inflationary pressures ease, but expects it to take a few years to bring inflation down from its current 7.7% to the Fed's target 2%.
How long it takes to get inflation back to that target matters. More than half of respondents in a recent Bloomberg survey of investors say that a key threat to the global economy next year is stagflation, which means growth is slowing while inflation remains high.
Economists, bankers, and pundits have no shortage of forecasts, ranging from best to worst case scenarios.
The yield curve is definitely telling you a recession is coming.
Our base case remains that there's not going to be a recession. There'll be a soft-ish landing.
I suspect we might be heading into a depression.
One bubble that could soon burst is in the housing market. Earlier this year, the Dallas Fed warned of abnormal housing market behavior following the rapid rise in home prices. Some fear prices will plummet as sales drop, but tight supply could protect homeowners from losing too much equity. So many moving pieces make it hard to know what's in store. One reliable indicator comes Friday in November's unemployment report. In Washington, I'm Atra Al-Nashar reporting.
All right, Atra, thank you. Progressive groups and some lawmakers are getting fed up with the Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell's approach to inflation fighting. Groups like the Fed Up campaign say that hiking rates puts an unacceptable amount of the weight of higher prices on the backs of workers. Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren is among those saying the same. Powell began working and warning of pain for workers earlier this summer.
While higher interest rates, slower growth, and softer labor market conditions will bring down inflation, they will also bring some pain to households and businesses. These are the unfortunate costs of reducing inflation. But a failure to restore price stability would mean far greater pain.
Powell has also acknowledged today's inflation is a result of a supply chain problem. Progressive groups say much of the problem can be addressed through policy, breaking up concentration in the economy. New details surrounding the squeegee kid charged with shooting and killing a Baltimore driver. We're going to break down the case and continue our investigation.
A man says he was assaulted and robbed after hopping in an Uber. Coming up, what police are saying about this recent crime and the other 2 Uber-related incidents that we've seen recently.
A colder start to the morning today. We're taking a look at our next weather maker that's going to bring more rain to the area. We'll break it down for you coming up on Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Tuesday, November 29th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. A great start to your Tuesday morning here. Crisp, but the skies are wide open. There's a lot of stars on the drive-in.
Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers and see what's in store for the day.
Yeah, and that's why we're that much colder, guys. Yesterday morning, we had a lot of the cloud cover around, which kept us kind of more mild, but those temperatures have dropped overnight, and they're starting off in the 30s for a lot of you as we look out from our Towson camera. Mainly clear conditions at this time as well. Statewide, our numbers in the 30s and 40s. Actually colder here than it is in western Maryland right now. 36 in Westminster, 39 Bel Air, 35 in Baltimore City, and 39 in Annapolis. So the weather story looks like this. A cold Tuesday morning. We will be a bit cooler this afternoon, but we're dry. The rain is moving in for tomorrow. Mr. Bowe says take it slow and also get the heater going with temperatures in the mid to upper 30s over the next few hours. You'll definitely need that here this morning. Maybe even some scraping taking place. Another look at that full forecast for you coming up in a few minutes from right now.
Taking a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network, and you can see the drive times that we have at 5 o'clock here. Everyone's in the green.
Exclusive new details this morning about the squeegee kid facing first-degree murder for Tim Reynolds' death that you'll only see here.
Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost has been digging into this case and joins us with the latest information.
This case has been difficult to report because many of the details have been shielded, but now new information made available to the public. We're learning some of the concerns from the prosecutors and the possibility the defendant was affiliated with a gang. During a closed-door hearing inside the Juvenile Justice Center, when Judge Charles Dorsey denied the defense's attempt to get the 15-year-old squeegee defendant out of the adult court system, multiple sources inside the room say the defendant was described as being possibly affiliated with a gang, the Crips. One photo included in a court filing shows the suspect grabbing a backpack that police say had the gun used to kill Timothy Reynolds. The United States Department of Justice recognizing the Crips' known color as blue. Kenji Scott, an advocate for the defendant, writing on Facebook moments after the judge's ruling saying, quote, they tried to point out that he was a Crip. Defense attorney J. Wendell Gordon commenting below, writing, quote, you have a photographic memory because everything you said was accurate.
That was the first I'd heard of any Crip affiliation or alleged affiliation.
Warren Brown, another defense attorney, says he doesn't believe his client is a Crip member.
They indicated that there was evidence that he belonged to the Crips by virtue of these photographs that they put in.
But does describe other photos mentioned in court, including one taken while the suspect was in custody showing hand signs, and others with colors washed out except for a blue hue. Brown dismisses those photos, saying it's not proof of a gang affiliation, but they were enough to be brought up during the hearing and discussed in front of a judge. On court records from the suspect's bail hearing, a handwritten note on the side shows, quote, state, an extreme public safety threat. Brown chalking that up to the nature of the charge itself.
They say that in many instances to, achieve their goal, which is to keep a person locked up.
Ultimately, Brown says the possibility of a gang affiliation was brought up as a red herring. For Thuru Vignaraja, the attorney representing the family of Timothy Reynolds as the criminal case plays out, he says it's another example of why they are fighting for justice, writing in a statement, quote, the public is finally hearing and seeing the real facts, videos, and photos that convince the judge and grand jury that this was first-degree murder, adding, quote, being a gang member doesn't automatically make you guilty, but it does mean you cannot pretend you're an innocent child making hearts for the camera. The photos themselves have yet to be released to the public, and the transcript of this hearing is remaining sealed despite this case staying in the adult court system. So unless the judge unseals this case or the information is released to the public, it'll be difficult to know exactly what was said. In Baltimore, Mackenzie Frost, Fox 45 News.
Now, this is not the first time we've heard of squeegee kids threatening public safety. Earlier this month, Baltimore police say they arrested a 19-year-old squeegee kid with a handgun. Fox 45 News has also spoken directly with a few squeegee kids who have suggested that they're armed.
People always trying to act tough and think they can get out the car, but they don't know what we be having out here, so they need to stop doing that. So if y'all stop it, we're going to go back to robbing and killing, and there's going to be a whole lot of crime. So I'm letting y'all know that now.
Well, Fox 45 News has also heard from a number of drivers sharing their stories of heated interactions with squeegee kids. We've heard of squeegee kids damaging their cars, stealing their money, and sometimes even getting into physical fights with drivers.
Now, despite those stories, Baltimore City hasn't done much to solve the squeegee problem. Mayor Brandon Scott has said he would not remove the kids from the intersection. However, starting on January 10th, they will be banned from these 6 major intersections. These are corridors in the city. It is part of the Mayor's Squeegee Collaborative Plan. But some, including City Council President Nick Mosby, say they have questions about how that plan will be enforced.
And we want to hear from you. Do you believe squeegee kids are a threat to public safety? So far, 96% of our viewers who have voted say yes. You can still weigh in by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote. Click on the Pulse tab.
Well, make sure you stay with Fox 45 News all morning long as we continue our coverage of this trial. Coming up at 6:30, the attorney representing the Reynolds family in criminal court, Dhruv Ignaraja, will join us in studio to weigh in.
Well, now to a city in crisis this morning. Police are investigating 3 recent separate Uber-related crimes. 2 of them involve someone calling an Uber, then men showing up with guns and taking the victims to ATMs to try and get them more money.
And now word of another shocking crime, this one with ties to the Horseshoe Casino.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live from Baltimore Police headquarters this morning with what we're learning. Shannon.
Well, as you said, Tom, this is the 3rd in a string of incidents just like this one. Now, police are not yet saying whether or not these incidents are connected, but we do know following the most recent one, people that we spoke to at the Horseshoe Casino, well, they are certainly on edge. Take a listen.
It's one thing if you put yourself at risk, you do something that's quote unquote risky, but just at a random act to have something like that happen to you, that's a scary thought.
So let's take you back to when this all started. Baltimore police say a man was assaulted and robbed just before 1:30 Monday morning. They say that man reported picking up a rideshare vehicle from the casino's valet area, but once he got in, he noticed the driver going the wrong way. So the man questioned the driver, but that driver took him to Bayard Street near Wycomico Street, and that's where police say they pulled over, another vehicle pulling up, and 5 or 6 men armed with handguns ordered the man out of the car. And police tell us, Tom and Patrice, that one of the suspects then took that man's cell phone and hit him several times in the face.
Shannon, are police or even Uber saying anything about this, since this appears to be a string of it now? We're talking about 3 different incidents.
Yeah, so police right now, Patrice, have not yet said whether these incidents are connected, but we should mention that one of those incidents did happen in Baltimore County, the other 2 in the city. As for Uber, they do say that they are working with police in this investigation, but they are also reminding customers to be sure that you verify the details of your ride before you hop in the car, and that is so crucial. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. 5:07 now, and coming up in our 5:30 hour, Olivia Dans will be joining us live with a stern message from Maryland's U.S. Attorney Eric Barron for criminals going forward. The FAA, National Transportation Safety Board, now investigating Sunday's plane crash in Montgomery County. The good news coming to the county as both individuals involved are recovering.
And temperatures are colder than yesterday morning by about 15 to 20 degrees, so make sure to bundle up before you step out. We'll take a closer look at what we can expect with our full forecast in just a few. Welcome back. 5:10 is your time right now on your Tuesday morning, looking out over the Inner Harbor. Definitely seeing some colder temperatures. You can see these numbers right now, mainly in the 30s, even right at the freezing mark in Cockeysville, down to Towson, 35 in Baltimore City. Some of us seeing some areas about 18 to 20 degrees colder than where we were yesterday at this time. This is typically what we see for this time of year, so just know that you got to bundle up before you step outside. We're back with your full forecast, including our look at our next weather maker. That's coming up in a few.
All right, thank you, Justin. 5:11 now, and an update for you this morning. The investigation continues into what caused a small plane to crash into power lines in Gaithersburg.
The FAA and National Transportation Safety Board are investigating the crash. One of the two people injured in the plane is still in the hospital. The pilot and a passenger were trapped roughly 100 feet above the ground in the power lines for 7 hours during the rescue. Power has been restored to all the people who were impacted by the crash.
U.S. plays Iran today for the right to stay in the World Cup. Why social media is causing the opposing team to call for the U.S. to be kicked out.
Severe weather across the nation impacting millions of people. We're going to look into the dangerous travel conditions just ahead from our live center. Time now 5:12, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning.
.15 and making your headlines this Tuesday morning. Retired NFL quarterback Brett Favre is asking a Mississippi court to dismiss a complaint against him. Mississippi and Department of Human Services wants him to pay nearly $230,000. It's due to $1.1 million the Mississippi Community Education Center paid him previously. Now, the money came from federal welfare funds and was meant to pay Favre for promotional ads and speaking engagement. State auditor said they never happened. Favre returned the money, but the auditor says he still owes $228,000 in interest payments.
Luxury fashion house Balenciaga is suing the production company behind its spring 2023 ad campaign.
Now, the issue, a picture in their campaign, included paperwork from about a Supreme Court ruling on child pornography. The campaign featured actress Nicole Kidman and model Bella Hadid and was supposed to replicate a corporate environment.
Balenciaga says the image caused people to falsely associate its brand with, quote, the repulsive and deeply disturbing subject of the court decision. Balenciaga wants the company North 6 and the set designer to pay at least $25 million in damages. They've got a few things going on. Well, Iran is calling for the U.S. to be kicked out of the World Cup after it tweaked Iran's flag on its social media.
Now, the U.S. Soccer Federation removed the Islamic Republic emblem from the flag, only showing its green, white, and red stripes. U.S. soccer officials said it was a show of support for women in Iran fighting for human rights. FIFA has not commented, though, on the graphic.
The U.S. is taking on Iran today at 2. The Americans are just 1 point behind Iran and have to win in order to advance to the next stage of the tournament. You can watch that game right here on Fox 45. Well, 5:17 now. We are tracking 2 dangerous weather systems that are forming across the country.
Oh, yeah. And Megan Gillen is at our live center this morning with the next big weather makers. Megan.
All right, guys, let's take a look. We're talking about millions of people right now under the threat of severe weather here this afternoon from the deep south moving up into the Midwest there. We're talking about strong storms with damaging wind gusts and even possible tornadoes. Let's go ahead and start in the south. From Houston, Texas to Jackson, Mississippi into Nashville, forecasters there expecting storms to start early to late afternoon today. We've got the highest chance there for supercell thunderstorms and long track tornadoes hitting possibly late afternoon into the overnight hours while many people are sleeping. Now, the second weather maker that we've been watching is brewing in the Midwest here. We've got a live look at the radar here. You can see the blue on the map right here. We're talking about up to 10 inches of snow possible in parts of Wisconsin and Michigan. Minneapolis could see its snowiest day of the year so far. So, of course, we've been watching the travel implications. According to FlightAware, almost 300 flights are already delayed as of right now across the country. Anyone planning to fly today, just make sure you check your flight before you leave the house. Just a smart idea. That's the latest from our live center. We'll send it back to you guys.
All right, well, let's see what's happening a little closer to home for us.
Yeah, meteorologist Justin Chambers, he has how things are looking here in the Baltimore region, and that's a lot of color.
Yeah, well, I just want to expand on what Meg was talking about, guys. That area that we're talking about with more than 40 million people under that threat for severe weather. The orange and the red right there, that's a moderate risk. That is 4 on a scale of 1 to 5, and that is in areas of Mississippi right here, the Mississippi River Valley, where we could see those supercell thunderstorms. This is kind of the second severe weather season. When I lived in Nashville, they deal with this a lot in November and sometimes even into December as well. And it's because we're going to get a lot of that Gulf moisture with that warm air, and you get that wind that kind of turns with height. That's when we see the potential for those tornadoes to develop later this afternoon. So all of that same energy from that system is going to move into our area by the time we head into tomorrow. Now, we're not going to deal with anything like that. However, we are going to get a lot of the wind and the rain from our next weather maker impacting you on Wednesday. As for today, everything is nice and cold this morning out over the Inner Harbor. Temperatures quite a bit colder than yesterday. 35 your number officially at BWI. No wind to speak of at this time. As the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, make sure they are bundled up and ready to go because we are taking a look at those numbers that are colder. Only 34 by 7 a.m. We'll make it to the mid to upper 40s through noontime and recess and into the lower 50s for that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for the afternoon. So it will be cooler today with those numbers in the upper 40s and lower 50s across Carroll and Baltimore counties, but not as windy. And we'll also see a little bit more sunshine as well. 51 in Towson, 50 in Perry Hall and White Marsh, 53 in Dundalk. Still some upper 40s there for you in Carroll County, and lower 50s for Ellicott City and Columbia down through Howard County, and Arundel County, Glen Burnie and Pasadena down through Severna Park and Annapolis in those lower 50s for you. Even for Harford and Cecil counties, you'll see those numbers in the upper 40s and mainly lower 50s later today. Let's take a look at our future scan. So overall, we're good to go for today with a few clouds hanging around. Here comes the next weather maker. It's that strong cold front that's going to bring the severe weather to the deep south here. By early tomorrow morning, we'll see some of the rain showers, and then we'll get that southerly wind, the warmer air moving in ahead of that by tomorrow afternoon. Off and on showers through tomorrow evening. Not really expecting much in the way of thunderstorms here, but it will definitely be gusty, so could be knocking down a few of those inflatable things you already have up for the holidays. Just be aware of that. On Thursday, though, we are drier and colder as we start start meteorological winter. That's right, December 1st is Thursday. So 53 today, 61 tomorrow, back to the 40s into Thursday and Friday. And then we actually warm up to the upper 40s, 50s on Saturday, even though we deal with a few rain showers. Looking drier but cooler for the Ravens game on Sunday. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a quick look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network. Taking a look at some of the cameras around the Baltimore region. Everyone's moving along just fine. No major issues to report. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit, though. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Happy Tuesday, Mark.
Well, happy Tuesday, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Camden train 841 and Brunswick train 890 operating with 5-minute delays for the start. The other trains of MARC are on time. Light rail link looking good. No delays or issues there. And Metro subway link on time between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
These criminal organizations were extremely organized, ruthless, and wreaked havoc in our communities.
A new sentence shedding light on the crime crisis in Baltimore. The prosecution policy is being presented to combat the levels.
Plus, a school bus driver shortage impacting students in Anne Arundel County. How one company is stepping in to make a difference. 522, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. .24 now, continuing coverage this morning. Fox 45 News is getting answers for families in Anne Arundel County.
In fact, last week, Project Baltimore introduced you to some students who have to walk along busy highways just to get to middle school. There's no public school bus to take them because of a driver shortage. After we shared the story, though, a private transportation company jumped in yesterday morning. Fox 45 News was there as the kids were picked up for school.
It's kind of shameful that the children have been left behind. You know, it's not enough children that want to go to school. So when you have children such as these that want to go to school, I'm willing to provide that transportation.
Every day, according to a school spokesperson, about 70 bus routes are affected by a lack of drivers. 2 weeks ago, the board voted for an emergency contract to procure vans to transport about 2,600 students. Those vans will start running next month.
Following the ongoing war in Ukraine, the White House is working to reschedule after Russia abruptly postponed nuclear arms control talks with the U.S.
Meetings on the New START treaty were scheduled to begin in Egypt today and continue through next week. They were aimed at resuming nuclear arms inspections under the treaty, which were paused by both sides due to the spread of the coronavirus in March of 2020. White House National Security Council spokesman John Kirby says the Russians have not given a solid answer as to why they postponed.
We're going to be working through the embassy to try to figure out what happened here, and we'd like to see it get back on the schedule as soon as possible, because it's important. It's not just important for our two nations, it's important for the rest of the world.
Well, the new Strategic Arms Reduction Treaty is the last remaining arms control pact between the two nuclear powers. Leading up to this round of talks, the State Department had said it would not discuss the conflict in Ukraine.
We are starting off with colder temperatures this morning. Meteorologist Justin Chambers will let us know if we'll warm up this afternoon.
State and federal prosecutors are cracking down on violent crime in Baltimore. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, all of the details of their plan.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Looking live at our tree this morning, it is feeling a lot like Christmas here in our studio. Still up for grabs among all of those presents down there. There are tickets to see My Fair Lady. You can visit the Inner Harbor Ice Rink. There's also even a mattress somewhere yes, there's a mattress in there. And of course, there is the lottery tree, which is a fan favorite every year. So make sure you stick around because we're going to tell you when to call. Not now. You have to stick around for that. Welcome back on this Tuesday. 5:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We want to go right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's looking at not only the lottery tree that's across the studio from him, but also the forecast.
I know, Tom, Megan, they weren't here yesterday, so I actually got to open one. That'll probably be the only day I'll be able to ever open a present.
For you.
Yeah. It was a big highlight for me. I got to open the first present. So either way, yes, good morning to all of you. Feeling like winter, a little colder this morning. In fact, some 15 to 20 degrees colder than when you stepped out yesterday as we take you outside over the Inner Harbor. Mainly clear skies at this time with temperatures that have dropped. Check out the numbers here. 38 your temp in Bel Air. We're actually below freezing in Cockeysville and Columbia, right at 31. 35 in Baltimore City. 39 your temp currently in Annapolis. So yeah, if you're going to get out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours, definitely get a few extra layers. Temps are staying in the 30s. We'll top out at 53 today under partly cloudy skies and less wind, but we're tracking our next weather maker that's going to bring rain to our area for tomorrow. We'll take a closer look at that coming up in just a few.
That was first I'd heard of any Crip affiliation or alleged affiliation.
Exclusive new details this morning you will only see on Fox 45 about the squeegee kid facing first-degree murder for Tim Reynolds' death.
Well, coming up in our 6 o'clock hour, Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost will join us with the latest details and what this could mean for the case going forward.
Now to a city in crisis. One less gang member is off of the Baltimore streets this morning.
A Baltimore man who was only 19 years old at the time of his indictment will now spend the next 40 years in federal prison. Olivia Dance is joining us live with the details and the message that his sentence is sending. Olivia.
Well, Tom and Patrice, the message is that state and federal prosecutors will not tolerate violent crime here in Baltimore, and tougher sentences like this is just the start. On Monday, now 21-year-old Rashad Nesmith, who was only 19 at the time of his indictment, was served a 40-year federal prison sentence.
It's a shame to come out of this courthouse and sentence somebody to decades longer than they've been alive, but it's necessary.
Prosecutors say Nesmith was a member of the infamous Triple C gang, and in total, he was involved in more than a dozen carjackings, non-fatal shootings, robberies, and at least 3 homicides, including the 2019 shooting of a Baltimore City police sergeant. Eric Barron, Maryland's U.S. attorney, says the state will no longer stand for a violent crime like that.
If you commit a violent crime in this city, we will be on your trail, and when we find you, you will be held accountable.
Barron first announcing his zero-tolerance policy back in August in what he calls the Al Capone model of prosecution. The plan also includes hiring more prosecutors, investigators, and analysts.
I have directed my staff to investigate and prosecute repeat violent offenders for any and all wrongdoing that meets our priorities.
The deputy commissioner of the Baltimore City Police Department says the added assistance from federal and state partners is much appreciated and needed. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. With the rising crime, shortage of officers all across Baltimore City, it was unknown if the mayor's Christmas parade would go on as planned. Now we are learning it is likely to be in full swing this weekend. And during a fundraiser for the parade just yesterday, organizers told Fox 45 News the city told them they are partnering with the sheriff's office and the state to make sure the show goes on.
I'm elated. They said to me it's almost 100% to go, and that's what we're going by.
Now, the mayor's Christmas parade has been tradition since 1972. It draws thousands of spectators every year. You can find more on the back and forth over this Christmas parade right on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Looking ahead, consider this your final call to catch up on any unpaid toll fees.
The state has waived late fees for the last 9 months, but that grace period is coming to an end.
That's right. Taylor Stewart is joining us live from downtown Baltimore with the big deadline that's coming up. Taylor.
That's right. You literally have the next 2 days to get this handled to avoid collections, that grace period imposed by the MTDA. Back in February, last 9 months, you didn't have to pay your collection fees or any late penalties, but that is ending. Now, at this point, the state says hundreds of thousands of drivers have not paid, but they say many have. Take a listen to one guy who says he got a bill last week for nearly $3,000. He's just not sure how he's going to be able to foot that bill.
If I don't get this handled by November 30th, things are going to get terrible for us, possibly homelessness.
Now, that currently is the case. The state says more than 700,000 people have caught up with their late fees and their penalties to avoid what will come tomorrow. We'll keep you updated here. That's the latest here in downtown Baltimore. I'm Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Taylor. 5:35, and President Joe Biden is now urging Congress to prevent a railroad strike.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with where this all stands. Megan.
The back and forth continues, guys. Taking you live to the White House now. President Biden issuing a statement just hours ago saying that a railroad strike would devastate our economy and that Congress must use its power. More than 400 business groups also speaking out, sending a letter to lawmakers just yesterday to step in to the stalled talks. As it stands, 4 rail unions representing half the industry rejected deals that President Biden actually helped broker. They want changes to schedules and they are demanding better working conditions. The strike deadline, by the way, December 9th. Representative Brian Fitzpatrick saying that Congress is ready to step in, but as a last resort.
Failure is not an option here. We cannot have our transportation system responsible for 1/3 of our products being transported throughout our country shut down. That's not an option.
Congress has the power to impose contract terms on the workers, and they could also force the negotiations to continue into the new year. While the president says he is reluctant to override the views of the people who voted against the agreement, the economic impact of a shutdown would hurt millions of other working families. We're going to keep you posted. That's the latest from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. An update this morning surrounding the daycare owner accused of shooting her husband. What led up to the altercation and what happens next?
Plus, we're waking up with colder temperatures this morning. Our Weather Authority team is tracking our next weather maker, which will bring some rain back to the area. 5:37, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local.
5:40 is your time right now. We're 20 minutes in front of 6 o'clock on your Tuesday morning. Looking out over the Inner Harbor. Definitely colder this morning if you haven't stepped out yet. It is definitely on the cold side. And we're going to be cool for the afternoon. However, less wind and a little bit more sunshine. Today is the day if you want to get the decorating done outdoors. Numbers will rise into the upper 40s and lower 50s later this afternoon. But we're dry. Tomorrow will be an inside day because that rain is rolling in. And we'll take a closer look at that coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
Thank you, Justin. Developing this morning, the murder trial begins for the man accused of killing the mother of a Naval Academy midshipman during induction week.
According to police, Angelo Harrod opened fire on 2 people inside of a parked car, and at least one of the stray bullets struck Michelle Cummings, killing her. Cummings and her husband were in town from Texas to witness their son's induction into the Naval Academy. Harrod is facing a slew of charges, including first-degree murder. That trial is expected to last about 15 days.
Baltimore County woman pleads guilty to shooting her husband because he allegedly molested children at her Owings Mills daycare. She and Terry Weems entered the guilty plea inside a D.C. courtroom yesterday. Prosecutors are calling for 2 years in prison for her, but her lawyers are arguing self-defense and calling for leniency. Authorities say she shot her husband, 57-year-old James Weems Jr., at a D.C. hotel in July after confronting him about these accusations. James Weems is being held without bond at the Baltimore County Detention Center in Towson.
Black Friday and Cyber Monday have come to an end, and now it is time for Giving Tuesday. Still ahead, how you can help those in need this holiday season. 5:41, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
5:44, and in your consumer news this Tuesday morning, inflation hasn't scared millions from spending billions on Cyber Monday. Roughly 64 million people were expected to shop, with sales potentially topping $11 billion. Now, it comes after a strong Black Friday showing when shoppers spent a record $9 billion online. And prices for things like TVs, laptops, and beauty products were all slashed significantly. Still, some consumers say they're being strategic about what they buy.
It's just been kind of like researching for the whole month to kind of see where I'm at, and then just kind of assessing like what my needs are.
Every one of us is trying to stretch our dollars further than ever before in the face of this inflation we've experienced the last year and a half.
Now, if you missed out on Cyber Monday discounts, don't worry. Experts say they expect many deals to last well into December, even after Christmas.
While Black Friday and Cyber Monday are about getting the best deals, today, Giving Tuesday encourages everyone to give back this holiday season. This movement has raised billions of dollars for nonprofit organizations in the past 10 years. Those looking to participate can perform simple acts such as paying for the coffee of someone behind them in line or donating to a local food pantry.
5:46, the Ravens and Lamar Jackson making news following Sunday's loss against the Jaguars.
A fan on Twitter criticized Lamar after the loss. Lamar snapped back with a profane reply, saying, among other things, that fan has never smelt a football field.
Well, that tweet has since been deleted. Coach John Harbaugh, though, reacted.
I heard about it last night, talked to him this morning. I had to talk to him on the plane, too, a little bit, but that was about other things and things about the game. And then, I just talk to these guys. We talk a lot. We talk a lot about football, but we also talk a little bit about that stuff, too, what goes on in terms of the media and everything. And really, it just beg guys not to get into the Twitter world right after the game, especially after a loss. It's never going to be positive. It's not going to be a nice place, And I think that's kind of reflected in Lamar's response, because what he said was just so out of character for him. That's not the way he speaks. It's not the way he talks. It's not the words he ever uses. I've never heard him say things like that before.
Well, the Ravens will be taking on the Denver Broncos at home this Sunday. Kickoff is at 1 o'clock. All right, it's 5:47, and we want to get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. And Justin, you and I were talking about the tweet yesterday, and I say what the coach says. I feel like that is just completely out of character. It was inappropriate, but I just don't see that as being a norm for him.
Yeah, I agree. And, the whole thing, too, is, okay, yes, they lost, and it was another loss in the fourth quarter when we had a lead, but they're still in first place in the AFC North. I know the Bengals got the win and kind of got a little bit closer, but it's going to be a tough, knockdown, drag-out fight here over the next couple of weeks, and they've got that game this upcoming Sunday, and then they have a game Christmas Eve at home, and then New Year's Day. Those are the last three home games, and hopefully they'll host a home game if they're the AFC North champs. So either way, we should be good to go, and weather's looking good for the weekend. Let's talk about our weather right now. Cold start to the morning with our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. We are seeing mainly clear conditions out there in Towson. 35-year temp in Towson, but some of you are actually below freezing at this hour. You can see those numbers right there on the right side of your screen. On a big ridge of high pressure is centered over the mid-Atlantic. That's keeping us high and dry for now. This is our next weather maker. Look at this system. Speaking of Denver, they're getting snow squalls there this morning, these bursts of heavy snow. That extends up into Wyoming and parts of Minneapolis and Minnesota up through the northern tier states. That same strong cold front is going to work its way down to the southeast later this afternoon and evening time. And this is that picture we showed you earlier this morning. That area in orange is a moderate risk for severe weather. I'm sorry, the red is the moderate risk, which is 4 on a scale of 1 to 5. That's going to be for Jackson, Mississippi, over to Starksville and Meridian. Could see a significant tornado outbreak later this afternoon and evening. Memphis down to Hattiesburg and Alexandria, all of those areas under that threat for severe weather. Part of that system will make its way here tomorrow, and that's going to bring us the wind and the rain. As for this morning, though, it's definitely a morning to get a warm beverage going with your Rise and Shine cast. Mid to upper 30s over the next couple of hours. 7:05 is when that sun comes up. Hanging out at the Bromwell Seltzer Tower here, 8 a.m. We're at 37. By noon, our temperatures will rise into the upper 40s. We'll see more sunshine today and a little less wind than yesterday afternoon, and we'll top out right about 53 into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Some of you still hanging out to the upper 40s for Westminster and Bel Air over to Elkton, 51 Chestertown, Stevensville, lower Eastern Shore in the lower 50s across into Baltimore City, and even D.C. at 54 today, 47 in Cumberland, and upper 40s if you're heading up to Philly or areas in southern PA. Now, here's a look at our future scan. So again, we're dry today, but watch what happens. This is early tomorrow morning. There's that strong cold front on the left side of your screen. We'll start to get some rain showers early tomorrow morning. Wind is going to pick up tomorrow afternoon, bringing us that warmer air, and then off and on showers through tomorrow evening before we'll be much colder behind that front on Thursday. So temps today, 50s, lower 60s tomorrow, and only mid 40s on Thursday as we kick off December. But we will steadily get those temperatures back up, 59 on Saturday, and then lower 50s, but dry for the Ravens game on Sunday. All right, Mark Jones with the MTA. How's we looking with mass transit, Mark? Good morning.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone. Looking pretty good for travel out there on Light Rail Link. It's operating on time from end to end. No delays or issues. Metro Subway Link right on schedule between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for travel. On the MARC system, you'll find a couple delays. Penn Train 407 and Camden 843 both running about 5 minutes late. The other trains of MARC are on time for travel. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. A possible new crime trend that could impact you. What we're learning about an assault on an Uber rider.
In just under a month, the Title 42 emergency health order will expire. Why both Democrats and Republicans are concerned for the U.S.-Mexico border. 5:51, and you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
.54, an emergency health order, Title 42, is set to end December 21st.
Both Democrats and Republicans are concerned the additional arrival of migrants from the southern border will soon increase drastically. National Desk Didi Gatton reports.
Border Patrol agents now expecting an influx of migrants at the southern border in the coming weeks after a federal judge blocked the government from continuing to use Title 42 to turn them away. But members of both sides of the aisle are worried the Biden administration is not prepared to handle a major increase of people.
The truth is the entire system is buckling under the weight of this border crisis. But if you think things are bad now, they're about to get worse.
Since the beginning of last year, the United States has seen historic numbers at the southern border. In fiscal year 2021, there were more than 1.7 million migrant encounters. That number jumped to over 2.3 million in fiscal year 2022. And seizures of the deadly drug fentanyl were up 31% from 2021 and over 200% from 2020.
Once Title 42 is lifted, unless other policies that are put in place for expedited removal of people who cannot legally enter the country, for example, we're going to lose control of the border entirely.
But the Biden administration, who has supported Title 42's lift, says they're ready.
We've been working to accelerate asylum process. Times to those without a legal basis to remain can be removed promptly. And we've set up anti-smuggling operations with Mexico and Guatemala.
Now, more than a dozen GOP-led states have filed a motion to intervene to keep the COVID-era policy in place, arguing an increase in migrants at the border will impose financial burdens on the states involuntarily hosting them. With Republicans taking control of the House in January and calls for Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas to resign, this could just be the beginning of the GOP's immigration fight. I'm Dee Dee Gatton reporting.
Making headlines this morning, the White House is cautiously weighing in on the protests happening in China in response to the country's strict COVID-19 measures. China's zero COVID policy has led to severe lockdowns since the start of the pandemic. Over the weekend, protesters gathered in at least 11 cities across China despite the threat of government crackdowns. White House National Security Council spokesman John Kirby expressed the administration's support for the protesters, but stopped short of criticizing China.
This is, I think, a moment to reassert what we believe in when it comes to free assembly and peaceful protest, and we've done that, and we'll continue to do that, whether it's people protesting in Iran or China or anywhere else around the world.
Now, this comes as the Biden administration is trying to ease tensions with China. President Biden and Chinese President Xi Jinping met face-to-face earlier this month.
Also in China, unrest continues to impact a major manufacturing plant. This is causing Apple to report major production delays. Bloomberg says the company could fall short 6 million iPhones, but Apple did not comment on that report. Customers who ordered the iPhone 14 Pro or Pro Max last week could end up waiting 37 days for delivery. Good news, the regular iPhone 14 is still in stock.
Well, speaking of Apple, Twitter CEO Elon Musk claims that the company threatened to withhold his social media platform from its App Store,
effectively removing it from all iPhones. The billionaire went after Apple in a series of tweets, though. He accused the company of pulling most of its advertising on the app and imposing excessive fees on app makers for digital goods sold.
Yahoo Finance reports blocking the Twitter app would cut Twitter off for more than 1.5 billion devices around the world. iPhone users would still be able to log in through a web browser. Apple is not responding to Musk's tweet.
Now, you can get Fox 45 News in a flash through your Amazon Alexa or Echo. We now deliver your local headlines and your forecast in less than 2 minutes. If you have an Amazon device, just tell it to enable Fox 45 Baltimore.
Coming up this morning, we have exclusive details and accusations against the 15-year-old squeegee kid accused of shooting and killing Timothy Reynolds.
A man says he was assaulted and robbed while hopping in an Uber. Coming up, what police are saying about this crime and 2 other Uber-related crimes that we've seen recently.
Definitely a colder start to your Tuesday morning, but as we get into the afternoon, we'll see a little bit more sunshine. Tracking our next weather maker, we'll talk about it right here on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Tuesday, November 29th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Another cold start to your morning. Woo!
It is chillier out there. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers and see if that cold's going to stay with us all day.
Well, a little chillier today, guys. Yeah, but we will get more sunshine and definitely colder than where we started yesterday morning. No doubt about that. As we look out from our Towson camera, a few clouds kind of hanging around at this time. Check out these numbers. A lot of us are near freezing or even below freezing. 32 in Cockeysville and Towson, 29 in Rosedale, 34 in Dundalk and Glen Burnie. Some of you, look at that, 20 degrees colder than where we started yesterday morning at this time. So your weather story looks like this. A cold Tuesday morning leading to a cooler afternoon. We are tracking rain that's coming in for tomorrow. We're dry this morning, but Mr. Bose says get that heater flow going. Numbers in the 30s over the next few hours. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes.
Now to your Len Stoller traffic network here at 6 o'clock. We are hearing about a crash on Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard right at Baltimore Street. No other details released now.
And we have some breaking news this morning. We're hearing reports of a deadly police-involved shooting in Frederick. The Frederick County Sheriff's Office says a call came in for a stabbing around 2 a.m. on Holler Road. They went there. They discovered 2 victims. Deputies then found the armed suspect, and that's when the shots rang out, hitting and killing the suspect. First responders brought the 2 victims to the hospital. 1 died. We are working to find out the current condition of the other victim. The Maryland Attorney General's office is investigating the 3 deputies' actions. 6:01 now. Exclusive new details about the squeegee kid facing first-degree murder for Tim Reynolds' death. You'll only see this here.
Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost has been digging into this case and joins us with the latest information.
This case has been difficult to report because many of the details have been shielded, but now new information made available to the public. We're learning some of the concerns from the prosecutors and the possibility the defendant was affiliated with a gang. During a closed-door hearing inside the Juvenile Justice Center, when Judge Charles Dorsey denied the defense's attempt to get the 15-year-old squeegee defendant out of the adult court system, multiple sources inside the room say the defendant was described as being possibly affiliated with a gang, the Crips. One photo included in a court filing shows the suspect grabbing a backpack that police say had the gun used to kill Timothy Reynolds. The United States Department of Justice recognizing the Crips' known color as blue. Kenji Scott, an advocate for the defendant, writing on Facebook moments after the judge's ruling saying, quote, they tried to point out that he was a Crip. Defense attorney J. Wendell Gordon commenting below, writing, quote, you have a photographic memory because everything you said was accurate.
That was the first I had heard of any Crip affiliation or alleged affiliation.
Warren Brown, another defense attorney, says he doesn't believe his client is a Crip member.
They indicated that there was evidence that he belonged to the Crips by virtue of these photographs that they put in.
But does describe other photos mentioned in court, including one taken while the suspect was in custody showing hand signs, and others with colors washed out except for a blue hue. Brown dismisses those photos, saying it's not proof of a gang affiliation, but they were enough to be brought up during the hearing and discussed in front of a judge. On court records from the suspect's bail hearing, a handwritten note on the side shows, quote, state, an extreme public safety threat. Brown chalking that up to the nature of the charge itself.
They say that in many instances to, achieve their goal, which is to keep a person locked up.
Ultimately, Brown says the possibility of a gang affiliation was brought up as a red herring. For Thuru Vignaraja, the attorney representing the family of Timothy Reynolds as the criminal case plays out, he says it's another example of why they are fighting for justice, writing in a statement, quote, the public is finally hearing and seeing the real facts, videos, and photos that convince the judge and grand jury that this was first-degree murder, adding, quote, being a gang member doesn't automatically make you guilty, but it does mean you cannot pretend you're an innocent child making hearts for the camera. The photos themselves have yet to be released to the public, and the transcript of this hearing is remaining sealed despite this case staying in the adult court system. So unless the judge unseals this case or the information is released to the public, it'll be difficult to know exactly what was said. In Baltimore, Mackenzie Frost, Fox 45 News.
Now, this isn't the first time we've heard of squeegee kids threatening public safety. Earlier this month, Baltimore police say they arrested a 19-year-old squeegee kid with a handgun. Fox 45 News has also spoken directly with a few squeegee kids who have suggested that they are armed.
People always trying to act tough and think they can get out the car, but they don't know what we be having out here, so they need to stop doing that. So if y'all stop it, going to go back to robbing and killing, and there's going to be a whole lot of crime. So I'm letting y'all know that now.
Well, Fox 45 News has also heard from a number of drivers sharing their stories of heated interactions with squeegee kids. We've heard of squeegee kids damaging their cars, stealing money, sometimes even getting into physical fights with the drivers.
Now, despite those stories, Baltimore City hasn't done much to solve the squeegee problem. Mayor Brandon Scott has said that he would not remove squeegee kids from the intersections. However, starting on January 10th, they will be banned from these 6 major corridors in the city. It's part of the mayor's squeegee collaborative plan, but some, including City Council President Nick Mosby, say they have questions about how the plan will be enforced.
Well, we want to hear from you. Do you believe squeegee kids are a threat to public safety? So far, 97% of our viewers who have voted say yes. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote and click on the polls tab to weigh in.
Stay with Fox 45 News all morning long as we continue our coverage of this trial. Coming up in the next half hour, the attorney representing the Reynolds family in criminal court, Dhruv Vignarajah, will join us live in studio to weigh in.
6:05 and now to a city in crisis this morning. Police investigating 3 recent separate Uber-related crimes. 2 of them involving someone calling an Uber, then men showing up with guns and taking the victims to ATMs and try and get more money.
And now word of another shocking crime, this one with ties to the Horseshoe Casino.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live from City Police Headquarters with what we're learning. Shannon.
Yeah, and as you said, Tom, this is the 3rd in a string of crimes just like it. Police are not yet saying whether or not these 3 Uber-related crimes are connected, but we do know after this most recent one, we spoke with some people at the Horseshoe Casino, and they are certainly on edge. Take a listen.
It's one thing if you put yourself at risk, you do something that's quote unquote risky, but just at a random act to have something like that happen to you, that's a scary thought.
So let's take you back to when this started. Baltimore police say a man was assaulted and robbed just before 1:30 Monday morning. They say that man reported picking up a rideshare vehicle from the casino's valet area, but once he got in, noticed the driver going the wrong way. So the man questioned the driver, but that driver took him to Bayard Street near Wycomico Street, and that's where police say they pulled over another vehicle pulling up, and 5 or 6 men armed with handguns order the man out of the car. And Tom and Patrice, police say that one of the suspects then proceeded to steal that man's cell phone and hit him in the face several times.
Shannon, are police or even Uber saying anything about this since now we've seen what appears to be a string of these kind of incidents?
So police, again, are not yet saying whether or not these incidents are all related, but we should note that one of those Uber-related crimes happened in Baltimore County, the other 2 in Baltimore City. As for Uber, they say that they are working with police in these investigations, but they are also reminding customers that it is so crucial that you verify the details of your ride before getting in the car. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
The FAA and National Transportation Safety Board are now investigating Sunday's plane crash in Montgomery County. The good news coming to the county is both individuals involved are recovering.
And we're mainly clear but cold this morning, so make sure to bundle up before you step outside. Back with your full forecast coming up in a few minutes from right now. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Oh, come on. You're going to cut off before we see all the presents? Oh, man, I was so excited. I was like, okay, we're going to see all the presents over there. There they are. Okay, yeah, it's our countdown to Christmas. Day 1 was yesterday, day 2 today. So we'll have more of those and more chances for you to win. Maybe get a little something extra for the holiday season. We got some cloud cover hanging around right now, but a little bit of that morning glow underneath as we get into the day today. Definitely grab a jacket before you head out, and you'll need those sunglasses as well. Now, no need for the umbrella today. Different story tomorrow as rain is returning to the area. I'll take a closer look at that next weather maker coming up.
Thank you, Justin. 6:11 now, and an update this morning in the investigation into what caused a small plane to crash into power lines in Gaithersburg.
The FAA and National Transportation Safety Board are investigating that crash. One of the 2 people injured in the plane is still in the hospital. The pilot and passenger were trapped roughly 100 feet above the ground in the power lines for 7 hours during the rescue. Power has since been restored to all the people who were impacted by the crash.
Well, make sure you download the Fox 45 News app for your up-to-minute traffic conditions, school closings, breaking news, and weather anytime. Just search WBFF in your app store.
Severe weather across the nation impacting millions. We're going to look into the dangerous travel conditions just ahead from the Live Center.
Oh, and if you like to ski, Jeep is giving away a trip for you to go hit the slopes. How you can win, that's coming up. 6:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.6:15 right now. We are tracking 2 dangerous weather systems that are forming across the country.
Megan Gillen is at our Live Center with the next big weather makers. Megan?
We got some big ones headed in throughout the country here. I want to show you this map first here, guys. Right now, there are 40 million people that are under the threat for severe weather here this afternoon. And we're talking from the deep south moving up to the Midwest here. Strong storms with damaging winds and tornadoes possible in those areas. Let's go ahead and start in the south here. We're talking from Houston, Texas, Texas to Jackson, Mississippi, and into Nashville. Forecasters expecting storms there to start early to late afternoon today, with the highest chance for supercell thunderstorms and long track tornadoes hitting possibly late afternoon into the overnight hours, while many people are sleeping. Of course, that's dangerous there. Behind that system, the second weather maker that we're seeing brewing right now in the Midwest. You can see that indicated there with the blue moving through that area. Live look at the radar there, where up to 10 inches of snow is possible in parts of Wisconsin and Michigan. Minneapolis could see its snowiest day of the year so far. Of course, travel being impacted by this. According to FlightAware, almost 300 flights are already delayed as of right now across the country. Anyone planning to fly today, good idea to check those flight statuses before you leave the house here today. That's the latest from our live center. We'll send it back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Megan. Yeah, and this is impacting millions of people as it's moving closer to us.
That's right. We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us now, talking about impacts for us here.
Yeah, exactly right, guys. And this is that same large system. It's a very strong cold front, bringing that snow to the parts of the country that Megan was talking about, where they're getting some snow squalls. And then later this afternoon and evening, this is where the dangerous weather is going to be expected, where we're talking about thunderstorms and tornadoes. That's the area here. Jackson, Mississippi, up from Memphis, Tennessee. We get some of that surge of that Gulf moisture, and you get that cold front interacting with that. That wind kind of turns with height, and that's when you get that rotation that will be possible in those supercell thunderstorms. So very tough day potentially for this part of the country, and that same system will be impacting us by tomorrow. So that's why we're tracking it so closely. We got a lot of cloud cover that's hanging around, a little bit of that morning glow underneath those clouds as we look out over the inner harbor right now. It is definitely colder this morning than it was yesterday at this time. Right now, everything is good as we got this nice ridge of high pressure, but as you go back a little bit farther, you can see that cold front right there. That's the snow that we were talking about moving out of Denver up into parts of the upper Midwest. That same cold front will move into this part of the country here this afternoon. And this is that same map we just showed you. That red area right there is a moderate risk for severe weather. That's 4 on a scale of 1 to 5. This is from the Storm Prediction Center. And you might think this typically happens in March and April and May. There's actually a secondary severe weather season that happens in this part of the country. And that's why folks there are bracing for the impact from those storms. As we get the kids out to the bus stop this morning, beep, beep, go ahead and make sure they've got that hat and gloves ready to go. We're talking about numbers in the low to mid 30s in the next few hours, upper 40s through noontime, and we'll be into the lower 50s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for the afternoon. And golfers, probably some frost delays here early this morning with temps right around 40 degrees by 9 a.m., but upper 40s this afternoon. Probably not enough to deal with too much wind later today, not as much as we saw yesterday for sure. Upper 40s for you, Westminster in the Hereford zone over to Reisterstown today. 50 in Cockeysville and Hunt Valley, 51 in Towson over through Lutherville and Timonium. Eastern Shore, you're going to see a lot of lower 50s from Galena and Chestertown over to Centerville down through Chester at 52, your high this afternoon. And you can see up and down the mid-Atlantic some 40s for New York and Philly, while we're in the 50s for Baltimore and D.C. and even upper 40s for Western Maryland. Good idea if you want to get the yard raked up, or maybe you want to get the Christmas or Hanukkah decorations put up. Today is the day. Red light tomorrow as we're tracking that weather maker that's rolling in. So we're dry today on our future scan. Here comes the next weather maker. Look at that strong cold front. That's the same one we were just talking about. So early tomorrow morning, that's going to be in the upper Midwest, bringing rain showers to us out ahead of that. The wind is going to pick up tomorrow afternoon, bringing us warmer temperatures. But again, along that cold front as it pushes through tomorrow afternoon and evening, that's when we'll see those scattered showers. And we do have the potential of seeing some gusty winds that could be knocking down some of those big inflatable things and stuff you got outside. Just be aware of that for tomorrow. 61, though, for our high, even though we have the rain to deal with. Much colder on Thursday and Friday, highs back into the 40s. And then we warm back up for Saturday before we cool off again on Sunday. But we're dry for Sunday afternoon for the Ravens home game. Patrice?
All right, Justin, thank you for that. Let's take a look now at our Lynn Stoller traffic network. And as we take a look around the highways in our region, we see people up and out at this hour, but everybody moving along without issue. Let's get a check of mass transit. We've got Mark Jones with the MTA. Hi, Mark.
Well, good morning, Patrice. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find train 511 on the Penn line and Camden train 845, both running about 5 to 10 minutes late. The other trains of MARC are on time for the commute start. If your ride is on light rail, Rail Link, nothing in your way there. Looking good, in fact, in both directions of that service. Metro Subway Link checking in on schedule between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
You have just 2 days left to pay any unpaid toll fees. We'll tell you why after the break, just ahead.
Well, still to come this morning, we have continuing coverage on the squeegee murder trial. The attorney representing the Reynolds family in the criminal case will be joining us live to weigh in. Time now, 6:21. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.623 and topping your consumer news, Jeep is offering a $40,000 ski trip to the person who names its new SUV. The Wagoneer-style vehicle is one of 2 cars from the company expected to go on sale in 2024. The winner of the contest will receive a week-long trip for 4 people to Jackson Hole Mountain Resort in Wyoming. Submissions must be limited to 50 characters, and the contest ends December 2nd.
Well, and a redesign of Tesla's Model 3 is now in the works. The electric car company will focus on reducing the number of components. Changes come during an effort to cut production costs and boost the appeal of the Model 3. The remodeled design is expected to go into production in 2023.
In other consumer news, consider this your final call to catch up with any unpaid toll fees.
The state waived late fees for the last 9 months, but that grace period is coming to an end.
That's right. Taylor Stewart joining us live from downtown Baltimore with the deadline that is coming up. Taylor.
Oh, look, that deadline's super close, Tom and Patrice. You've got either today or tomorrow to get your unpaid toll fees paid, or you could see them go to collections. Now, back in February, Maryland's Transportation Authority Board approved a customer assistance plan. That plan waived fees for the last 9 months. But now it's coming to an end, and the MTDA says they have yet to receive hundreds of thousands of dollars from folks who have not paid their fees. We even spoke to one man who says he got a bill last week totaling nearly $3,000, and if he doesn't pay that, it could be more than double.
If I don't get this handled, by November 30th, things are going to get terrible for us, possibly homelessness.
Maryland's Transportation Authority Board says they've waived nearly $137 million for over 700,000 drivers, and they say they've not received those fees. So if you are one of those drivers, your deadline is fast approaching, midnight tomorrow, and you've got to get that paid. That's the latest here in downtown Baltimore. I'm Taylor Stewart, Fox 45.
All right, well, it is colder out there this morning. Temperatures back in the 30s.
The Weather Authority team is taking a look at when those warmer temperatures make a comeback.
State and federal prosecutors are cracking down on violent crime in Baltimore. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, all the details of their plan. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
So much more. So make sure you stay with Fox 45 News all morning long to win the next prizes in our month-long giveaway. So plenty of time. All right, well, welcome back to all of you on this Tuesday morning. 6:29 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We want to get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Underneath the mattress? Like, you know, money under the mattress?
Maybe?
No?
That was a dad joke.
All right, well. Anyway, taking a look outside right now, we've got temperatures that are colder this morning. As we look out right now, we've got some cloud cover hanging around and that morning glow with the sun coming up a little bit after 7 o'clock this morning. Numbers are in the 30s for Cockeysville and Towson, straight down the JFX to Baltimore City, 29 in Rosedale, 32 Essex and Middle River, and 33 your number in Glen Burnie. Some of us 19 to 21 degrees colder than where we were yesterday at this time. So cold Tuesday morning leading to a cooler afternoon today, but we're dry. That rain is rolling in for tomorrow. We'll top out at 53 today. We actually will be warmer tomorrow, even with that rain. And then look at that big temperature drop off on Thursday, highs only in the 40s. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
6:30 and now to your Len Stoller traffic network here. Taking a look at the map around the Baltimore region, and no major issues to report on any of the roads around here.
That was the first I'd heard of any Crip affiliation or alleged affiliation.
Exclusive new details this morning about the squeegee kid facing first-degree murder for Tim Reynolds' death you'll only see here. At his transfer hearing, prosecutors presented evidence they say links the 15-year-old to the Crips gang. They showed him using what they call gang signs and highlighted a blue backpack with a blue bandana inside. His attorneys deny any affiliation. Dhruv Vignarajah is the attorney representing the Reynolds family in the criminal case, and he is joining us this morning. Good morning, Dhruv.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
So how did this evidence, what they're calling evidence, come to light, and what does this now mean for you and the family?
You know, I do think it's important to emphasize that while the juvenile hearing was shielded, it was the defense team that put a lot of this out there on Facebook. Individuals that were in the courtroom that watched the proceedings were trying to defend the defendant on Facebook and referenced his Crip affiliation, referenced these photographs. And I think you saw Mr. Brown, the defendant's counsel, then try to give explanations for what these photographs, what the innocent explanation for these photographs.
So talk about that. His attorneys deny the accusation. They say that blue clothes don't amount to what is being alleged there. They don't have any word from their client that he's part of anything.
Yeah, look, a gang affiliation is a serious thing, and as a former prosecutor, you don't toss that out there lightly. There are gang experts that come into court, they interpret and look at individual photographs, and they put together an expert opinion as to whether or not this signifies gang affiliation or not. Simply wearing a blue suit doesn't make you a Crip. And frankly, being a gang member doesn't mean you're guilty, but it does mean that you can't pretend that you're innocently making a heart when you're potentially flashing gang signs.
So should he be handled differently if you believe that he is affiliated with a gang as this case moves forward?
Look, I think every time an additional fact comes out in this case, the public learns why it is that the Reynolds family is fighting so hard for justice for Tim. Gang affiliation is one factor that the judge would have heard as to why it was more appropriate for this to be handled in adult court instead of in the juvenile system. The seriousness of the offense, the fact that the defendant retrieved that backpack, went and pulled a mask down before he fired 5 shots into the defendant, 4 of them into the back. Those are the kinds of factors that I think really bear on his guilt or innocence and where this should be handled. But those are factors that a judge has to consider. And for a defense counsel to just come up with some innocent explanation saying it was teal, not blue, I think it's a pretty thin reed on which to rest your defense.
So talk about how this plays out. If it is determined that he is affiliated, is that related to what happened that day, that this all occurred because he is a gang member, or is what happened that day more related to squeegee driver incident?
You know, I should emphasize that the widow, the sister, the family, and me as their lawyer are not the prosecution. We don't have the full evidence. We don't know the full story. We may never know exactly what happened there. What we do know is what we see in those videos. What we do know is what happened that day. And increasingly, we are learning who this defendant is, and we are learning why it is that it's so important to have justice in this case.
All right, Dhruv Vignarajah, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, now to a city in crisis. One more gang member is off the Baltimore streets this morning.
A Baltimore man who was only 19 years old at the time of his indictment will now spend the next 40 years in federal prison. Olivia Dance joins us live with the latest details and the message that his sentence is sending. Olivia.
Well, Tom and Patrice, the message is that state and federal prosecutors will not tolerate violent crime here in Baltimore, and tougher sentences like this is just the start. On Monday, now 21-year-old Rashad Nesmith, who was only 19 at the time of his indictment, was served a 40-year federal prison sentence.
It's a shame to come out of this courthouse and sentence somebody to decades longer than they've been alive, but it's necessary.
Prosecutors say Nesmith was a member of the infamous CCC gang, and in total, he was involved in more than a dozen carjackings, non-fatal shootings, robberies, and at least 3 homicides, including the 2019 shooting of a Baltimore City police sergeant. Eric Barron, Maryland's U.S. attorney, says the state will no longer stand for violent crime like that.
If you commit a violent crime in this city, we will be on your trail, and when we find you, you will be held accountable.
Barron first announcing his zero-tolerance policy back in August in what he calls the Al Capone model of prosecution. The plan also includes hiring more prosecutors, investigators, and analysts.
I have directed my staff to investigate and prosecute repeat violent offenders for any and all wrongdoing that meets our priorities.
The Deputy Commissioner of the Baltimore City Police Department says the added assistance from state and federal partners is much appreciated and needed. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Olivia, thank you. President Biden urging Congress to prevent a railroad strike, the looming deadline, and where things stand right now.
Dry weather remains for another day ahead of our next weather maker.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers has the forecast. That's all coming up. 6:37, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
This is not a scary movie scene. Several inches of rain left behind, plenty of moisture leading to this morning fog near Lake Sam Rayburn in southeast Texas. Meanwhile, in Charleston, South Carolina, 'tis the season to harvest lemons for meteorologist Sonia Stevens. Sun, warmth, and humidity are their friends, but temperatures in the 20s can be damaging to the fruit.
For more content like this, follow the National Weather Desk on Twitter.
Well, welcome back. 6:40 is your time right now. We're 20 minutes in front of 7 o'clock. Beautiful shot from our live window right here. You can see some of the clouds, and we've got that nice morning glow, that sun coming up here in just a little bit from right now. It is definitely a colder morning than how we started yesterday, and it will be a cool afternoon, but will stay dry. We are tracking the rain rolling in for tomorrow. Mr. Bo says get the heater going next couple of hours. Numbers staying mainly in the mid to upper 30s, maybe even doing some scraping on some of those windshields this morning. We're back with your full forecast in just a few minutes.
Thank you, Justin. 6:40 now, and President Joe Biden now urging Congress to prevent a railroad strike.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with where things stand. Megan.
Guys, we're taking you live to the White House right now, where President Biden issued a statement just hours ago saying that a railroad strike would devastate our economy and that Congress must use its powers. We know that more than 400 business groups are also speaking out. They actually sent a letter to lawmakers yesterday to step into the stalled talks. As it stands right now, 4 rail unions representing half the industry rejected deals that President Biden actually helped broker. They want changes to schedules, and they are now demanding better working conditions. The strike deadline, by the way, December 9th, creeping towards us here. Representative Brian Fitzpatrick says Congress is ready to step in, but as a last resort.
Failure is not an option here. We cannot have our transportation system responsible for 1/3 of our products being transported throughout our country shut down. That's not an option.
Congress does have the power to impose contract terms on the workers and could also force the negotiations to continue into the new year. While the president says he is reluctant to override the views of the people who voted against the agreement, he does say the economic impact of a shutdown would hurt millions of other working families. We're going to keep you posted as this plays out. Again, December 9th is the deadline. That's the latest from our live center. We'll send it back to you, Patrice.
A bus driver shortage in Anne Arundel County forcing students into dangerous routes to school. How private citizens jumped in to help fix the problem. That's coming up.
U.S. plays Iran in today's round of the World Cup. After the break, why social media causing the opposing team to call for the U.S. to be kicked out. 6:42. You're watching FOX 45 Morning News, all local. Man, all beautiful all morning.
stopping your morning rush. Fox 45 News is getting answers for families in Anne Arundel County.
Last week, Project Baltimore informed you about some students who have to walk along busy highways just to get to their middle school.
There is no school bus to take them because of a driver shortage.
Now, after we shared their story, a private transportation company jumped in yesterday morning. Fox 45 News was there as the kids were picked up for school.
It's kind of shameful that the children have been left behind. You know, it's not enough children that want to go to school. So when you have children such as these that want to go to school, I'm willing to provide that transportation.
Well, every day, according to a school spokesperson, about 70 bus routes are affected by a lack of drivers. 2 weeks ago, the board voted for an emergency contract to procure vans to transport about 2,600 students. Those vans will start running next month.
Also in your morning rush, police investigating 3 recent separate Uber-related crimes. Shannon Lilly is joining us live from City Police Headquarters with what we are learning about the case tied to the Horseshoe Casino. Shannon.
Well, this is very shocking and terrifying, Tom. We're learning that this all happened just before 1:30 Monday morning. Police say that a man was assaulted and robbed after hopping in an Uber, leaving the Horseshoe Casino. That man says he noticed the Uber driver going the wrong direction. In fact, the Uber driver taking him to Bayard Street near Wycomico Street, and that's where police say they pulled over, another vehicle pulling up with 5 or 6 armed men getting out of that car and ordering the man to get out of his Uber. Well, stay with us because in 15 minutes, I'll explain what happened next, and we're going to hear what police are saying about the other 2 Uber-related crimes that have also happened recently. Now back to you.
All right, Shannon, thank you. 6:47. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers with the forecast.
Yeah, good morning, Patrice. Tom, good morning to all of you as well. Appreciate you being here with us on your Tuesday. It is Giving Tuesday, and looking out right now, well, I'll tell you, I'll step out of the way and let you see this sunrise in full effect. Sun's still not up until after 7 o'clock, but that morning glow with a few clouds making it look just spectacular here from our Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam. Yeah, it's real and it's spectacular. 33 your temp right now, just above freezing officially at BWI Thurgood Marshall. No wind to speak of at this time, and we're not going to see as much wind today. We do expect to see a little bit more sunshine, at least through the later part of the afternoon, as this ridge of high pressure keeps us high and dry for most of the East Coast. But where our problems are over parts of the northern tier states and the Intermountain West. The Rockies getting hit with snow from Denver all the way across into parts of Nebraska and Kansas over into Minnesota as well, dumping a decent amount of snow. And this is actually part of the next weather maker, the strong cold front that later today and tonight is going to bring the potential for some severe thunderstorms here in this part of the country, the Mississippi River Valley. We're talking from Memphis all the way south to Jackson, Mississippi. That area in red, that is a moderate risk for severe weather. 4 on a scale of 1 to 5. This part of the country typically deals with kind of a secondary severe weather season, which is right now. And so this is the outbreak that we're expecting, where we could see some supercell thunderstorms and even some tornadoes as well. Now, that is going to impact us tomorrow, not with that same weather, but we will definitely see the wind and the rain pick up tomorrow afternoon. As for the next few hours, as you rise and shine with us, enjoy some nice warm beverages and get that coffee brewing, the tea. Maybe you got some breakfast going as well. 37 by 8 a.m., right about 40 into that 9 o'clock hour as you rise and shine with us. Hanging out there at Penn Station here in the 10 o'clock hour, we're in the lower 40s. Maybe you're getting a train to head out of town or picking up some friends coming in. 53 by about 2 o'clock this afternoon, and numbers that will be into that Taco Tuesday category about 49 at 4 and 5 o'clock hour this afternoon and evening. High temps 53. That's typically where we are this time of year. Upper 40s for Westminster and Bel Air, 50 in Cockeysville this afternoon, 53 in Baltimore City, and lower 50s for you in the Eastern Shore across the bay to Annapolis. You can see where that cold air is. Look at this. I mean, 18 in Bismarck, North Dakota today, 35 in Omaha. That's the cold front. And then you have all of that warmer air out ahead of that. Memphis at 68, Dallas at 77. So as that cold air interacts with that warm and moist air, with that Gulf moisture, that typically means thunderstorms and severe weather. Our temperatures are going to be kind of all over the place. We talked about this yesterday. We got to the 50s yesterday afternoon, lower 50s today, but then 60s tomorrow, and then 40s on Thursday and Friday. This is kind of what happens as we get ready to change seasons with meteorological winter starting on Thursday. We're dry for this afternoon. Here comes the next weather maker. Left side of your screen, that's the cold front. We start with rain showers tomorrow morning. Wind is going to pick up tomorrow afternoon. Warmer air out ahead of the front, and then those scattered showers with us through tomorrow afternoon into the evening time before we get much colder on Thursday. Shout out to Amy Jewell. That is Pancake, and Pancake is helping to deck the halls this morning. Amy, thank you so much for sending that picture in. Our holiday pet pics, great pet pics you keep sending in, and I'll keep putting them on TV. That's how I roll. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. Man, pancakes sound good to eat, too, besides being a good name for a cat. All right, let's roll that beautiful bean footage. Our 7-day forecast, 53 today, 61 tomorrow. It will be rainy and windy on Wednesday, and then much colder on Thursday and Friday with temps dropping back to the 40s. Then those numbers go back up Saturday before they go back down again on Sunday. But dry for the Ravens game Sunday afternoon. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Now to your Lens Solar Traffic Network, and we're hearing about a crash in the outer loop, possibly slowing down some cars there. 695 right near Security Boulevard is what it looks like on the map here, where traffic is slowly starting to back up.
6:51 now. Iran is calling for the U.S. to be kicked out of the World Cup after it tweaked Iran's flag on its social media.
Now, the U.S. Federation removed the Islamic Republic emblem from the flag, only showing its green, white, and red stripes. U.S. soccer officials say it was to show support for the women in Iran fighting for human rights. FIFA has not commented, though, on this graphic.
The U.S. is taking on Iran today at 2. The Americans are just 1 point behind Iran, and they have to win in order to advance to the next stage of the tournament. And you can watch that game right here on Fox 45.
Baltimore City Schools has new policies to ensure students earn the grades they deserve. The policies that are now in place.
Our Christmas classic is making its way to a stage near you. Still to come this morning, how the Mid-Atlantic Ballet Youth is presenting this year's Nutcracker performance. And here's a little hint. They do it by showcasing all kinds of things, Maryland.
Oh, like trash wheels and Ravens, Orioles, Huns, and Rofo. Right?
Rofo coffee.
Yeah, Rofo coffee. It doesn't get more Maryland than that. It's time for a coffee break.
6:55 for the third time in 11 years, a California woman will ask a state board to deny parole for the man who brutally killed her great-grandfather.
Rich Rodriguez from our Sinclair sister station in Houston explains why she believes Philip Watts should never be released from prison.
And we want to warn you that some of the details of this case may be too graphic for some viewers.
Cindy Craddock-Bolitnikoff holds on to wonderful memories of her great-grandfather, Lawrence Harrison. He was revered by many people in Hanford.
My great-grandfather, he was a very kind man. Everyone that knew him loved him.
In August 1992, Harrison was robbed and brutally beaten to death in his Hanford home. Philip Watts was convicted of first-degree murder.
He was outraged, and he started stabbing him 63 times. There was 30 to the cheek. He took his eyes out with a paring knife, both of him, while he was still alive.
Watts was sentenced to 25 years to life in prison. So far, he has served 29 years. At his parole hearing in 2011 and 2017, Craddock-Bolitnikoff came armed with community petitions and letters from ranking members of law enforcement. Parole for Watts was denied. Watts has now been granted an expedited parole hearing on December 14th. Every hearing makes her nervous.
You never know. They're releasing inmates all the time. He is a high risk, a high probable risk. The inmates now take classes that tell them that they have to say that they're sorry to get out.
Craddock-Bolitnikoff speaks up at every parole hearing to honor her great-grandfather, but it carries a heavy toll.
Facing him and hearing him and the things that he says, you relive the crime, and it's just horrific. And then we come home and have severe PTSD.
Craddock-Bolitnikoff strongly opposes parole for Philip Watts because she says justice demands he serve the full prison term of life for what he did to her great-grandfather. Rich Rodriguez, Fox 26 News.
The teenager who carried out a racially motivated killing in a grocery store in Buffalo has pled guilty.
19-year-old Peyton Gendry pled guilty to murder and hate-motivated terrorism charges. He will spend the rest of his life in prison. Gendry gunned down 10 black shoppers and workers at the Tops grocery store in May. 3 others survived.
Now, he has previously pleaded not guilty to separate federal hate crime charges that could carry the death sentence if convicted. The Justice Department has not said if it will seek the death penalty.
Several family members of victims spoke out after his guilty plea.
They were upset the shooter had been cleaned up and then given a haircut before appearing in court, saying they probably wouldn't have been the case if he were black. They all spoke about the need for change.
This country has a problem. This country is inherently violent. It is racist.
What would make me happy is if America acknowledges its racist history and the racism currently going on now.
My mother didn't deserve this. None of these people deserve this. But yet here we are begging, literally begging for those who are in power to do something about it.
One of those family members wants the murderer to serve his sentence in Erie County, where the shooting happened. This is the first time anyone in the state of New York has been convicted of the hate-motivated terrorism charge.
New details this morning in the murder case of Timothy Reynolds. Well, we're learning about the squeegee kid accused of killing him.
A man says that he was assaulted and robbed after hopping in an Uber leaving the Horseshoe Casino. Coming up, what police are saying about this crime and 2 other Uber-related crimes that we have seen recently.
City Schools implements new policies on grade changing. Project Baltimore investigates how this will ensure grades are reported accurately.
You'll definitely want a warm beverage here this morning, and definitely some hand warmers as well, as it is cold and colder than yesterday. We'll take a closer look at what we can expect today and our next weather maker on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Tuesday, November 29th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Another day for the kids to get back to school and get those projects done. I know 2 of them were working on projects last night.
Well, it's, vacation's over, kids. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers with the forecast.
7 hours. 7 hours. No, not 6 hours, guys. 6 hours. USA.
Until the game.
USA, yeah. I think it's 6. No, I think it's 7.
They have a
hours.
countdown on their website.
What, do we have a countdown? Okay, either way. It's this afternoon. USA and Iran, and they hopefully win and move on in the World Cup. Excited about that right here on Fox 45. And our cold temperatures are here as well. You can see the cloud cover that's out over the inner harbor right now. The sun comes up in just a few minutes from right now, but it is definitely colder than yesterday morning. 33 in Essex and Middle River over to Joppatown, 34 in Bel Air, 35 Glen Burnie and Pasadena, and 38 your temp in Woodlawn at this time. So we're seeing those upper 30s and lower 40s out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours. We're now inside of 7 hours officially until the first kick. Back with your full forecast in just a few. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Len Stoller traffic network. Multiple incidents right now that we need to show you about. This one accident here, it's causing some issues in Overly here on the outer loop, right near Route 1 there. Then there's also 95 southbound, and we're talking right near White Marsh Boulevard there. That is causing some major traffic issues in the northbound lanes. So we have, it looks like, southbound. No, northbound lanes are actually backed up, and both the paid one, the express lanes, and also your regular northbound lanes. 95 north of White Marsh is backed up for miles.
Breaking news this morning, a deadly police-involved shooting in Frederick. Make sure you stay with Fox 45 News. We have a crew at the scene. We're going to check in with them in just a few minutes.
Simply wearing a blue suit doesn't make you a Crip. And frankly, being a gang member doesn't mean you're guilty, but it does mean that you can't pretend that you're innocently making a heart when you're potentially flashing gang signs.
Exclusive new details about the squeegee kid facing first-degree murder for Tim Reynolds' death you'll only see here.
Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost has been digging into this case and joins us with some new information.
This case has been difficult to report because many of the details have been shielded, but now new information made available to the public. We're learning some of the concerns from the prosecutors and the possibility the defendant was affiliated with a gang. During a closed-door hearing inside the Juvenile Justice Center, when Judge Charles Dorsey denied the defense's attempt to get the 15-year-old squeegee defendant out of the adult court system, multiple sources inside the room say the defendant was described as being possibly affiliated with a gang, the Crips. One photo included in a court filing shows the suspect grabbing a backpack that police say had the gun used to kill Timothy Reynolds. The United States Department of Justice recognizing the Crips' known color as blue. Kenji Scott, an advocate for the defendant, writing on Facebook moments after the judge's ruling saying, quote, "They tried to point out that he was a Crip." Defense attorney J. Wendell Gordon commenting below, writing, quote, "You have a photographic memory because everything you said was accurate."
That was the first I had heard of any Crip affiliation or alleged affiliation.
Warren Brown, another defense attorney, says he doesn't believe his client is a Crip member.
They indicated that there was evidence that he belonged to the Crips by virtue of these photographs that they put in.
But does describe other photos mentioned in court, including one taken while the suspect was in custody showing hand signs, and others with colors washed out except for a blue hue. Brown dismisses those photos, saying it's not proof of a gang affiliation, but they were enough to be brought up during the hearing and discussed in front of a judge. On court records from the suspect's bail hearing, a handwritten note on the side shows, quote, "State, an extreme public safety threat." Brown chalking that up to the nature of the charge itself.
They say that in many instances to, achieve their goal, which is to keep a person locked up.
Ultimately, Brown says the possibility of a gang affiliation was brought up as a red herring. For Thuru Vignaraja, the attorney representing the family of Timothy Reynolds as the criminal case plays out, he says it's another example of why they are fighting for justice, writing in a statement, quote, "The public is finally hearing and seeing the real facts, videos, and photos that convince the judge and grand jury that this was first-degree murder," adding, quote, "Being a gang member doesn't automatically make you guilty, but it does mean you cannot pretend you're an innocent child making hearts for the camera." The photos themselves have yet to be released to the public, and the transcript of this hearing is remaining sealed despite this case staying in the adult court system. So unless the judge unseals this case or the information is released to the public, it'll be difficult to know exactly what was said. In Baltimore, Mackenzie Frost, Fox 45 News.
This is not the first time we've heard of squeegee kids threatening public safety. Earlier this month, Baltimore police say that they arrested a 19-year-old squeegee kid with a handgun. And Fox 45 News has spoken directly with a few squeegee kids who have suggested they're armed.
People always trying to act tough and think they can get out the club, but they don't know what we be having out here, so they need to stop doing that. So if y'all stop it, we're going to go back to robbing and killing, and there's going to be a whole lot of crime. So I'm letting y'all know that now.
Fox 45 News has also heard from a number of drivers sharing their stories of heated interactions with squeegee kids. We've heard of squeegee kids damaging their cars, stealing their money, and sometimes even getting into physical fights with the drivers.
Despite those stories, Baltimore City hasn't done much to solve the squeegee problem. Mayor Brandon Scott has said he would not remove squeegee kids from the intersections. However, starting on January 10th, they will be banned from these 6 areas right here. It's part of the Mayor's Squeegee Collaborative Plan, but some, including City Council President Nick Mosby, say they have questions about how that plan will be enforced.
And we want to hear from you. Do you believe squeegee kids are a threat to public safety? As you see right there on the bottom of your screen, so far 98% of our viewers who have voted say yes. Now you can still weigh in by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote and then clicking on the Pulse tab.
All right, we want to go back to the breaking news this morning. A deadly officer-involved shooting in Frederick County.
And John Gonzalez with our Sinclair sister station in Washington, D.C. is at the scene now. John, what's the latest about this?
Well, yeah, this is an affluent neighborhood here in Frederick County, northeast of the city limits, almost to Newmarket. And it's an affluent neighborhood here. And it sounds like all of this started inside a home and spilled out onto the street. A homicide investigation is underway, and it ended with a police-involved shooting. The incident, a stabbing suspect has died here this morning after being shot by police just after 2 o'clock this morning. Frederick County Sheriff deputies responded here to Holler Place for a stabbing. Authorities say when crews arrived on the scene, they found 2 victims and started life-saving measures. One family member, we are told, was taken to Frederick Hospital, where that victim has died. Another family member was medevac to shock trauma. 3 additional responding deputies encountered the armed suspect out here on the street and opened fire. We are told that weapon was located and recovered here at the scene. We were just informed by the public information officer for Frederick County there will be a press conference at 8:30 this morning to give us more information. But for now, that's what we know: a homicide investigation and a police-involved shooting. Reporting live, John Gonzalez, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, John. Now to a city in crisis this morning. Police investigating 3 recent separate Uber-related crimes. 2 of them involving someone calling an Uber, then men showing up with guns and taking the victims to ATMs to try and get money.
And now there is word of another shocking crime. This one has ties to the Horseshoe Casino.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live from City Police Headquarters with what we're learning about this one. Shannon.
Well, this is the 3rd in a string of incidents, as you said, Tom. And right now, police are not yet saying whether these incidents are connected. But following the most recent incident, we did speak with some people at the Horseshoe Casino, and they are on edge. Take a listen.
It's one thing if you put yourself at risk, you do something that's quote unquote risky, but just at a random act to have something like that happen to you, that's a scary thought.
So let's take you back to when this started. Baltimore police say a man was assaulted and robbed just before 1:30 Monday morning. They say that man reported picking up a rideshare vehicle from the casino's valet area, but once he got in, he noticed that the driver was going the wrong direction. So the man questioned the driver, but that driver took him to Bayard Street near Wycomico Street, and that's where police say they pulled over another vehicle pulling up, and 5 or 6 men armed with handguns ordered the man out of the car. And police say, Tom and Patrice, that one of those suspects stole the man's cell phone and then hit him several times in the face.
So, Shannon, are we hearing anything from police or even Uber about this, since now we've seen a string of these? We've had 3 incidents.
Yeah, so again, police are not confirming whether or not these 3 incidents are related. We should note that one of those Uber-related crimes happened in Baltimore County. As for Uber, they are saying that they are working with police in these investigations, but they are also reminding customers to be sure that you verify the details of your ride before hopping in a car, and that is so crucial. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
7:10 right now. We are tracking two dangerous weather systems forming across the country.
Megan Gillen is at our live center this morning with the next big weather makers. Megan.
Yeah, let's take a look at the map here, guys. Right now, we have about 40 million people that are under the threat of severe weather here this afternoon, and that's from the deep south all the way up to the Midwest right there. We're talking about strong storms with damaging winds, even possible tornadoes in some of those areas there. Let's go ahead and start in the south. From Houston, Texas to Jackson, Mississippi, and into Nashville, forecasters there expecting storms to start early to late afternoon today, with the highest chance for those supercell thunderstorms and long track tornadoes hitting possibly late afternoon and then into the overnight hours. While many people may be sleeping, very dangerous. Behind that system, guys, the second weather maker brewing in the Midwest. This is a live look at the radar right there. You can see that snow moving through right there. We're talking about 10 inches of snow possible in parts of Wisconsin and Michigan. Minneapolis could see its snowiest day of the year so far. Travel now being impacted. According to FlightAware, almost 300 flights are already delayed as of right now across the country. Anyone planning to fly today, make sure you check your flight status before you leave the house here this morning. Now, that same system is expected to have some impacts here in our region. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is going to have more on the rain that we're going to see here tomorrow. His forecast coming up in just over 5 minutes from right now. That's the latest from our live center. Patrice?
All right, Megan, thank you. Here's a look at the stories making headlines this hour. First quarter report cards have been sent home with Baltimore City students. Project Baltimore is looking into the school system's complicated history with grading and a new policy meant to fix this situation.
A decades-long sentence for a violent gang member, while the U.S. Attorney for Maryland says it sends an important message. 7:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
7:15, and images from the Squeegee Kid murder trial shows what appears to be gang-related paraphernalia from the 15-year-old suspect accused of killing the driver, Timothy Reynolds, while this trial continues. Joining us now, though, law enforcement consultant Maury Richards. Good morning, Maury.
Good morning, Tom.
The 15-year-old suspect apparently had a handgun wrapped in a blue bandana. Prosecutors showed images of him flashing what appears to be gang signs, specifically for the Crips gang. Why would this matter at all if you're starting to show this for the defense? I mean, it's a killing, right?
Well, yeah, but I think what you're seeing here, Tom, is proof that these so-called Squeegee kids are really a bunch of thugs. They commit crimes on a daily basis, intimidate and extort people for money, and eventually end up doing violence, in this case, killing an innocent motorist, Timothy Reynolds.
More though, so then when you go to prosecute, would they be able to say, okay, this is more like an organized crime, just like the laws that are on the books since 2016 about you're not allowed to be a gang member or be affiliated with gangs?
Well, I think for a prosecution, you'd have to show, some more, direct, intent as far as his gang membership. But once again, it just shows, how out of control the situation is. And, the only thing hopeful about this, and it's major, is that there is hope that there will be justice, because this family and this victim had to go up against, the policies of Brandon Scott that let this crime happen in the first place by not prosecuting the squeegee work. Marilyn Mosby, who worked for the offender instead of the victim, and you had two dishonest defense attorneys who tried to smear the victim's reputation. So there was a lot to overcome.
Real quick then, so you're bringing up the Mayor Scott. He said that these were just kids out there panhandling, though if it is tied, and they're alleging that he is gang related, if he is tied to a gang, doesn't that change then that it's beyond just panhandling?
Well, it's always been beyond panhandling, Tom. I mean, that's just been an excuse, and also a very false excuse. This is not panhandling when you get in the street, get up in people's faces and intimidate and damage their vehicles. That's not protected speech. The law should be enforced. Everything that they say that it's, freedom of speech and all this stuff, that's totally bogus. And it's just been a smokescreen to allow these criminals to run wild. And unfortunately, this is what happens when you let that go and don't enforce the laws. It was tragic, terrible. Timothy Reynolds never should have lost his life. But, thank God it looks like there will be some justice.
Dr. Maury Richards, a law enforcement consultant, thank you so much. We appreciate your expertise.
Thank you, Tom.
Sure. All right, look at this. Come on, let's just sit here for a second here and look at this sunrise coming over the horizon there. Not bad, and it feels like it's going to warm us up really nice today.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers peeking in.
I didn't want to mess up the picture, Tom. I mean, yeah, it is. You're right. It is very nice, guys. Good morning to all of you. Yeah, let's take it all in as that sun is now up over the eastern shore on this Tuesday, this Giving Tuesday, by the way. 37 your temp currently at BWI. No wind to speak of. And we're not going to see really as much wind as we saw yesterday. We've got a nice ridge of high pressure, even with some of those clouds hanging around. No real rain, and most of the East Coast, in fact, the entire East Coast, is going to stay dry today. But we're tracking our next weather maker. Meg was talking about this here at the top of the hour with the snow showers. We're getting some snow squalls in Denver and Colorado Springs, moving up into Minneapolis. That same cold front is going to interact with much warmer air over the deep south later this afternoon and mainly later tonight. These potential tornadoes are going to happen in the overnight hours when a lot of people are sleeping. So if you know people that live in parts of Memphis, Greenville, into Greenville, Mississippi, Jackson, Mississippi, Starkville, that red area right there, that's a 4 on a scale of 1 to 5. So that's a moderate risk for a severe weather outbreak. That is where the roughest weather will be today. The overall setup for us, that same cold front is going to bring us the wind and the rain tomorrow. So we're going to have the rainy and windy conditions and even warmer temperatures as well for tomorrow afternoon. As the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, make sure they've got the hats and the gloves on this morning as temps are in the 30s, but upper 40s through noon and into the lower 50s later this afternoon. And golfers may see some frost delays today, but overall a good day to get outside and get some of that golfing in or whatever you might be doing, because tomorrow will be an inside day. Upper 40s and lower 50s across Carroll and Baltimore counties. Same thing up and down the 95 corridor with 40s and 50s. And today is the day to get the lights hung on the house and the outdoor decorations out. Tomorrow, red light for that, because we are tracking the rain that's going to be rolling in. So 53 for our high today, 61 tomorrow. Look at that big temperature drop off, only 46 on Thursday, but numbers do come back to the 50s and stays dry for the Ravens game on Sunday.
Job of the Day is sponsored by Antwerpen Auto Group.
Getting Maryland back to work, it's time for our Job of the Day. AMC Theaters is looking to hire crew members. If you'd like some more information about these positions, you can go to foxbaltimore.com. If you're an employer with jobs that need to be filled, please send your information to news@foxbaltimore.com.
In 30 minutes, you're going to have the chance to win today's Countdown to Christmas gift. Caller number 10 will take home today's prize, so get your phones ready and stand by. Not now, 30 minutes. Just keep watching Fox 45 Morning News.
This morning, we are soldiers, the Mid-Atlantic Youth Ballet, getting ready for a Maryland twist on the Nutcracker, along with my fellow soldiers. Coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
7:25, and it's so Baltimore. The Mid-Atlantic Youth Ballet is proud to present an original adaptation of The Nutcracker.
The unmistakably Maryland Nutcracker will feature landmarks, icons, and culture all unique to Maryland. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is live at the Stevens Hall Theater in Towson with more. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm with the creator. This is her baby. Nadia did all this. So Nadia, tell us about this wonderful organization.
Mid-Atlantic Youth Ballet was founded when I was doing my master's in arts administration at Goucher College, and I created the concept for a project. And I didn't have kids of my own at the time. I wasn't married, and I figured if not at that point, when would I do it? So I put my best foot forward, and I went for it. And 16 years later, here we are.
I love it. So tell us about, can we buy tickets to see this? This is a twist on the Nutcracker, of course, the Maryland twist, right?
Yes, and we can purchase tickets at tickets.tuboxoffice.com. Performances are Friday and Saturday at 7 p.m. and also there's a matinee on Saturday at 2.
I love it. The girls look amazing. I'm telling you, it almost makes me want to put on my ballet slippers and get on point like I did years ago. But that's another story, Nadia.
I want to see you on point. Yes, absolutely. Do that again. All right, Mark. Wait. He's got the pizza feet. He knows some of the moves. If you want more information, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Chilly morning with temperatures in the 30s, but we are expecting a warm up later on in the week. Meteorologist Justin Chambers breaking it down in his full Weather Authority forecast.
State and federal prosecutors are cracking down on violent crime in Baltimore. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, I'll have the details of their plan.
Project Baltimore is sponsored by the Snyder Law Group. Call 410 the Firm. Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. Coming up on 7:30, I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, yeah. Thanksgiving's done. Now everything starts looking at Hanukkah, Christmas, and then the New Year.
Until Justin brings in his mother-in-law's leftover turkey pot pie, which is delicious.
Yeah,
so thank you for that.
Yeah, well, you're welcome. I'm just the vessel, bringing it in. Good morning. Colder temperatures, guys. That's how we're starting the day. So something warm in your belly for sure, and definitely a warm beverage as you get out and about. We're about 20 degrees colder than where we started yesterday at this time. So see some of that cloud cover out there as that sun is now up. Not doing much to warm us up, though. Still at 37 in Baltimore and Bel Air, 36 in Laurel, and 40 your temp currently in Annapolis. So a cold Tuesday morning will lead to a cooler afternoon. We do stay dry today, and that rain is rolling in for tomorrow. So high of 53 today. We actually will be warmer tomorrow, but we have a lot of that rain and wind to deal with, and then we're much colder on Thursday. So numbers are kind of all over the place, up and down over the next couple of days. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes.
7:31, the first quarter of the school year is complete, which means report cards have been sent home.
Baltimore City schools have new policies now this year to ensure the grade on the student's report card is the one that they earned.
As Project Baltimore's Chris Papps explains, the changes follow 5 years of Fox 45 investigations into allegations of grade changing and a damaging report from the Maryland Inspector General for Education.
It was 2017 when Project Baltimore first broke the story. Teachers scared to identify themselves on camera, but determined to sound the alarm.
When we see things like grade changing, that's self-serving. That's not helping the kids.
One after another, they spoke with Project Baltimore about the pressure to pass students who had not completed the necessary work. In some cases, their students' failing grades were changed to passing by city schools administrators. And it wasn't just teachers. Concerned parents came to us too.
How did my son pass if he didn't know none of this math? They passed him. They just passed them along.
After Fox 45 sued the school system in 2017 for withholding public records related to grade changing, a judge ruled in our favor, saying the school system willfully and knowingly broke the law. As a result, we received thousands of internal emails from Baltimore City schools, which showed a culture of pushing students through the system. We found examples of teachers saying they were pressured to round up failing grades to passing. In 2019, following Project Baltimore's initial reporting, city schools passed a new grade-changing policy, which included additional training for grade reporters and required principals to notify teachers in writing before students' grades are adjusted. But did it work? Apparently not.
If you're setting them up for failure, this is a way of doing it.
Earlier this year, the Maryland Inspector General for Education released a report that found between 2016 and 2020, city schools changed at least 12,542 failing grades to passing. According to the IG, at least 3,000 of those improper grade changes occurred after the 2019 policies were put in place.
The allegations are very strong. And, to pass students along or just round the grades, it does a disservice.
The Inspector General believes upwards of 10% of students at some schools may have graduated when they should not have. His report called for a full audit of city schools' grading policies, but the district has refused to allow it.
To me, it would show that they're still continuing the same practice now in this particular school year.
In response to the IG's findings, the Maryland State Department of Education requested city schools provide an overview of its grading policy, a plan to make sure grades are accurate. This is the school system's response to the state. 17 pages of what city schools is doing to improve the grading system. Starting this school year, North Avenue announced new checks and balances so that no single school staff person is solely responsible for any aspect of the grading entry. Grade reporters must now be certified instructional employees. As far as the rounding of grades, there is now a clear line. A decimal of 0.4 and lower is rounded down. 0.5 or more is rounded up. So a failing grade of 59.5 will automatically be rounded up to a passing grade of 60.
The system has failed our children.
When Project Baltimore first began interviewing city schools teachers in 2017, they tried to blow the whistle, saying grade changing, which we now know was pervasive throughout the district, hurts students more than it helps them.
You're doing a disfavor to these kids. When they get out there in the real world, they cannot compete because they're not prepared.
It took 5 years, but perhaps what these teachers wanted will finally happen.
I love my job and I love my students. I want to see the students get a fresh start. And it's going to be hard because the students are used to this now. But they deserve better. And our city deserves better.
While city schools will not allow an outside audit of previous school years, in this reply to MSDE, the district did agree to an audit of the current 2022-2023 school year. By next year, we should know if this most recent round of grade-changing policies worked to ensure students receive the grades they actually earned. I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
Well, now to a city in crisis. One less gang member is off the Baltimore streets this morning.
A Baltimore man who was only 19 years old at the time of his indictment will now spend the next 40 years in federal prison. Olivia Dance joining us with the latest details in the message that his sentence is sending. Olivia.
Well, Tom and Patrice, the message is that state and federal prosecutors will not tolerate violent crime here in Baltimore, and tougher sentences like this is just the start. And as you mentioned on Monday, now 21-year-old Rashad Nesmith, who was only 19 at the time of his indictment, was served a 40-year federal prison sentence.
It's a shame to come out of this courthouse and sentence somebody to decades longer than they've been alive, but it's necessary.
Prosecutors say Nesmith was a member of the infamous Triple C gang, and in total, he was involved in more than a dozen carjackings, non-fatal shootings, robberies, and at least 3 homicides, including the 2019 shooting of a Baltimore City police sergeant. Now, Eric Barron, Maryland's U.S. attorney, says the state will no longer stand for violent crime like that.
If you commit a violent crime in this city, we will be on your trail, and when we find you, you will be held accountable.
Barron first announcing his zero tolerance policy back in August and what he calls the Al Capone model of prosecution. The plan also includes hiring more prosecutors, investigators, and analysts.
I have directed my staff to investigate and prosecute repeat violent offenders for any and all wrongdoing that meets our priorities.
And the deputy commissioner of the Baltimore City Police Department says the added assistance from state and federal partners is much appreciated and needed. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
A must-win match today for the U.S. in the World Cup. Just ahead, we take a look at the importance of today's game.
A much colder morning, but what can we expect for the afternoon? Our Weather Authority team is tracking the temperatures and the next weather maker rolling in. 7:38, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
19 minutes in front of 8 o'clock on our Weather Authority forecast. Yeah, we've got some clouds kind of hanging around from our Towson camera right now as we open up the live window. As you get out the door this morning, make sure to grab the hat and the gloves and a jacket. Sunglasses for later today. I know we got some cloud cover out there right now, but no need for the umbrella for today. Different story tomorrow as we get into your Wednesday. That's when we'll have more of the rain rolling in, but definitely layer up if you're out for a run or a jog in the next few hours.
Well, after the break, it's your chance to win today's countdown to Christmas gift. Just be the 10th caller. It's that easy, so make sure you get your phones ready and good luck.
And up next, it's a big World Cup. It's a big World Cup match for the U.S. team. What needs to happen for the team to advance to the next round? 7:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Wow. 7:44. Soccer fever has taken over the world as the 2022 World Cup continues. Today is a must-win game for Team USA. They're taking on Iran, and they have to win or they'll be eliminated. We've got Doug Eldridge with Achilles PR and DLE Agency joining us with a look at all the excitement, everything that's going on. Hey, Doug, good morning.
Hey, morning, Patrice.
All right, so talk about the importance of today's game.
It really comes down to one thing: win and you're in. A tie, or a draw as they call it in football, or a loss and U.S. is done. So all they have to do is score one more goal than Iran. Whether that's 2, that's 5, that's 6, they just have to come away with the win.
Are we going to do that?
Well, they're in prime position. This is a team, talking about the U.S. team, that just drove 0-0 to England, the number 5 team in the world. I mean, they should build off that momentum. Iran has scored 4 goals. U.S. has only scored 1, but Iran has also allowed 6 goals through 2 games. So the opportunity is there. We just have to put the foot on the gas offensively, which thus far we really haven't. But the stage couldn't be set better for Team USA.
Okay, so let's talk about that 0-0. That was the last, that's what the last game ended up. That's after hours of play. So people who may not necessarily follow soccer or be as into it, some of them are going to look at it and say, why is this fun to watch? It's 0-0.
Right. Well, but U.S. football fans, watch a 14-7 game and go, "Oh, that was a snooze fest," right?
Right.
But they're glued to their couch on a 0-0 match. As you get into stoppage time, it's just the tension that builds because it can change in the blink of an eye, and one goal decides everything. And that might be ultimately the case that we see here. I mean, granted, England wasn't playing at full steam. Harry Kane, their best player, it was purportedly battling injuries. But the point is that 0-0 mattered for us. And it puts us in a position now where we can actually play through and move on to the elimination stage.
All right, so crossing our fingers for Team USA. I want to pivot and turn to football that we're more familiar with. And I want to talk about Lamar Jackson for a minute. What do you think about his tweet? What should be happening now? The coach came out and said, this is out of character for him. I've never heard him talk this way. And I think a lot of people understand the heat of the moment after the game, but still very inappropriate. So what happens now?
Yeah, it's a surprising move for Lamar because I think that's the best descriptive. It's out of character. I mean, this is a guy who has said nobody cares, work harder, famously, and then turned into a T-shirt and a slogan and a mantra for the team. I mean, that's always been his mentality. He's looming on a massive contract, yet he refuses to address it publicly. He's always kept his business and to a large extent his feelings buttoned up. So to your point, this was a heat of the moment decision, move, statement. The problem is everything lives forever digitally, whether it's erased or scrubbed or any subsequent, reversal, it's always there. I think what they have to do is acknowledge it, address it, apologize, and then move on. Because as Al Davis, the former Raiders owner, always famously said, just win, baby. Just win. And I think that in so many ways, that's what Lamar is so frustrated and so hungry to do. He sees the potential in this team, and it's frustrating when sometimes you feel like the fans are turning the guns on you, metaphorically speaking. And, in a moment of weakness, uncharacteristically, he lashed out. That happens, acknowledge it. Now let's move on. Don't dwell in the moment. You did it. Let's move on.
All right, so we're moving on as well. Doug, thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate you.
All right, so back to the other football, soccer in the World Cup. The U.S. is taking on Iran today. That happens at 2, and of course, you can watch that game right here on Fox 45. 7:48 now. We want to get another check of our forecast.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at that. Are we watching the World Cup indoors or outdoors?
Today, you can probably do either or, Tom. Patrice, good morning to both of you. Only because we don't have as much wind. It'll be a little chilly this afternoon, but tomorrow will definitely be an indoor day with that rain that is rolling in. Man, I'm so excited that the USA makes it to the round of 16 and continues playing on. Here's a look at our right now temperature, 37 at BWI Thurgood Marshall. That's the official number. Really no wind to speak of, and overall, our wind is going to stay kind of at bay for this afternoon. Notice this nice H right there. That's a big ridge of high pressure up and down the East Coast, so we're staying dry here. Our next weather maker developing already, bringing a large amount of snow to parts of the Rockies, all the way up through the northern tier states up into Minnesota. That same cold front interacting with warm air later this afternoon and evening. This is where the severe weather outbreak is expected tonight. Areas especially in central Mississippi, from Memphis all the way down through Hattiesburg and even parts of Louisiana under that moderate or enhanced risk for severe weather. So that's what we're looking at for later today. And that same system will be moving into our area tomorrow as that cold front marches across the country. What's going to happen tomorrow? We're going to get warm out ahead of that front. So the wind is going to pick up, and then the rain is going to be with us as well through most of your Wednesday. As for Tuesday, today, next hour in the upper 30s, hanging out the Bromo Seltzer Tower, and by noontime into the upper 40s. And right about 2, 3 o'clock, once that World Cup match kicks off for the USA, we're going to see those temperatures into the lower 50s for the afternoon. Topping out right about 53 under partly cloudy skies. 4:45 is when that sun will go down tonight. And upper 40s for you in Westminster and Bel Air over to Elkton. Lower 50s in Chestertown down through Stevensville. 51 across the Bay Bridge in Annapolis, and 53 in Baltimore. Yeah, you can really see the cold front. Look how much colder it is in Montana and Denver and Bismarck, where they're dealing with the snow. And then all that warm air out ahead of that is where that severe weather expected later today. On our future scan, we're dry for this afternoon. Tomorrow morning, rain starts rolling in. It's going to be a wet commute and then a windy afternoon for tomorrow, and then into tomorrow evening. Still, some of that rain rolls through before the colder air starts to move in. Shout out to Sonia L. If you look closely, that's Bodie the dog with a dog advent calendar. So there's a different Advent treat for the doggy each day of Advent. And Bodie looks like he wants to get in on that Advent calendar right away. So thanks for that shot, Sonia. I appreciate it. jcchambers@foxbaltimore.com is my email. Got our wine Advent calendar. We can't wait to open on Thursday. All right, so 53 today, not for the dogs. 61 tomorrow, and then mid-40s on Thursday. Definitely colder air, but dry for the Ravens game on Sunday.
Well, it's time to open up the next gift in our countdown to Christmas giveaway.
All right, so here we go. We're going to open the gift first, and then you can call in to win. Here's your drum roll.
Nice for the drum roll. I mean, there's no real wrapping on this one, but as you can see, look at that Fox Network gift pack worth $100, really. It includes not only the 911 bag that it's in, sitting in, but
and that's a good
also
show. That's a good show.
That's a funny show, yeah. And then you got the Senso. You've got a Lego Master towel that comes with it. We've got a little box of crayons.
So wait a minute, I'm going back to the Senso. It's a self-cleaning bottle.
Yeah, self-cleaning bottle right there. No problem at all right there. That self-cleans courtesy of all the Fox Network. We have some Lego Masters. Looks like this one is also another one that is a cover case for Lego Masters. And we have a jacket. So look at that. Not bad.
Very
Fox,
cool.
This is the Welcome to Flatch little raincoat, little wind raincoat hoodie.
These
Nice.
are all our primetime shows. So if you're a fan, then you've got it. And this is worth more than $100, this whole package. So, all right, now is the time to call in. The number is right there on the screen, 410-481-4545. And caller number 10 right now gets to take this gift home.
A bottle opener, a guitar bottle opener.
All right, well, we're going to continue the holly jolly energy this morning. In our next hour, we're going to teach you how to make your own holiday wreaths.
TikTok creator in D.C. learning to cook with a little help from some spirits. How she's helping others find comfort from the power of food. And if you're not feeling the holiday spirits just yet,
maybe you just need a little pick-me-up with some peppermint creamer. I just bought some. Perfect time for a coffee break. Had the Grinch on it. 7:56, and this story is trending, so it'll be interesting to see how you receive it, if you think it's great and beautiful like our producers, or if you think it's a little strange. A TikTok creator living in D.C. is helping others find comfort in a loved one's death through the power of food.
Now, Rosie Grant picked up a new hobby during the pandemic while studying at the University of Maryland and interning in D.C.'s Congressional Cemetery. She now makes recipes that she finds on gravestones.
Which we didn't know that people put recipes on gravestones. That's new to me. But Rosie has now traveled to 3 out-of-state cemeteries and makes the dishes that people were known for. She never used to cook before this, and now she says, quote, "Through this process, I am literally learning how to cook through the dead." This Thanksgiving, she prepared snickerdoodle cookies from a recipe that she found on a gravestone in California. Is she standing there eating them?
I think she is. Look, see, she made them right there off of a recipe. Why would you put a recipe on your gravestone is one thing, but all right.
So interesting.
Death by chocolate, new meaning. New details this morning in the case of Timothy Reynolds, what we're learning about the squeegee kid accused of killing him.
And a chilly morning, but when can we expect a warm-up? Maybe later this week. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking the temperatures in his full Weather Authority forecast. 7:58 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Tuesday, November 29th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland. We want to check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers, who has a look at our Tuesday forecast. How's it going, Justin?
Yeah, not too bad, ladies. We're talking about temperatures that are definitely colder this morning than where we were yesterday. Still some clouds kind of hanging around from our Towson camera right now. We'll see a mix of clouds and sun as we head toward the afternoon, and not as much wind. 34 Rosedale, 36 Essex and Middle River, and 38 your temp in Dundalk. We're at 36 currently in Glen Burnie and Pasadena. And look at these numbers, some 10 to 15 15 to close to 20 degrees colder than where we were just in the last 24 hours. So definitely want to get bundled up before you head out. A cooler afternoon today, but we're dry. Rain moves in on Wednesday, and you're out and about, Cast. If you do want to get some outdoor things done today, I would do it today rather than tomorrow, because we'll be dealing with that wind and the rain and temps eventually into the lower 50s through midday this afternoon. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. It's 8:01. This morning, we continue to follow breaking news of a deadly police-involved shooting in Frederick. The Frederick County Sheriff's Office says a call came in for a stabbing around 2 a.m. on Haller Road and discovered 2 victims. Deputies then found the armed suspect, and that's when the shots rang out, killing the suspect. First responders brought the 2 victims to the hospital. One of them died. We're still working to find out the current condition of the other victim. The Maryland Attorney General's office is now investigating the 3 deputies' actions. We know a news conference is set to begin about 30 minutes from now from the Grace Trinity Church of Christ. Stay with Fox 45 News as we learn more.
Gang affiliation is one factor that the judge would have heard as to why it was more appropriate for this to be handled in adult court instead of in the juvenile system.
Exclusive new details about the squeegee kid facing first-degree murder for Timothy Reynolds' death you'll only see here.
Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost has been digging into the case and joins us with the information.
This case has been difficult to report because many of the details have been shielded, but now new information made available to the public. We're learning some of the concerns from the prosecutors and the possibility the defendant was affiliated with a gang. During a closed-door hearing inside the Juvenile Justice Center, when Judge Charles Dorsey denied the defense's attempt to get the 15-year-old squeegee defendant out of the adult court system, multiple sources inside the room say the defendant was described as being possibly affiliated with a gang, the Crips. One photo included in a court filing shows the suspect grabbing a backpack that police say had the gun used to kill Timothy Reynolds. The United States Department of Justice recognizing the Crips' known color as blue. Kenji Scott, an advocate for the defendant, writing on Facebook moments after the judge's ruling saying, quote, "They tried to point out that he was a Crip." Defense attorney J. Wendell Gordon commenting below, writing, quote, "You have a photographic memory because everything you said was accurate."
That was the first I had heard of any Crip affiliation or alleged affiliation.
Warren Brown, another defense attorney, says he doesn't believe his client is a Crip member.
They indicated that there was evidence that he belonged to the Crips by virtue of these photographs that they put in.
But does describe other photos mentioned in court, including one taken while the suspect was in custody showing hand signs, and others with colors washed out except for a blue hue. Brown dismisses those photos, saying it's not proof of a gang affiliation, but they were enough to be brought up during the hearing and discussed in front of a judge. On court records from the suspect's bail hearing, a handwritten note on the side shows, quote, "State, an extreme public safety threat." Brown chalking that up to the nature of the charge itself.
They say that in many instances to, achieve their goal, which is to keep a person locked up.
Ultimately, Brown says the possibility of a gang affiliation was brought up as a red herring. For Tharu Vignaraja, the attorney representing the family of Timothy Reynolds as the criminal case plays out, he says it's another example of why they are fighting for justice, writing in a statement, quote, "The public is finally hearing and seeing the real facts, videos, and photos that convinced the judge and grand jury that this was first-degree murder," adding, quote, "Being a gang member doesn't automatically make you guilty, but it does mean you cannot pretend you're an innocent child making hearts for the camera." The photos themselves have yet to be released to the public, and the transcript of this hearing is remaining sealed despite this case staying in the adult court system. So unless the judge unseals this case or the information is released to the public, it'll be difficult to know exactly what was said. In Baltimore, Mackenzie Frost, Fox 45 News.
This is not the first time we've heard of squeegee kids threatening public safety. Earlier this month, Baltimore police say they arrested a 19-year-old squeegee kid with a handgun. Fox 45 News has also spoken directly with a few squeegee kids who have suggested that they're armed.
People always trying to act tough and think they can get out the club, but they don't know what we be having out here, so they need to stop doing that. So if y'all stop it, want to go back to robbing and killing, and there's going to be a whole lot of crime. So I'm letting y'all know that now.
Well, Fox 45 News has also heard from a number of drivers sharing their stories of heated interactions with squeegee kids. We've heard of squeegee kids damaging cars, stealing money, and sometimes even getting into physical fights with drivers.
Now, despite those stories, Baltimore City hasn't done much to solve the squeegee problem. Mayor Brandon Scott has said he would not remove squeegee kids from intersections. However, starting January 10th, there will be 6 major corridors in the city right here where those squeegee kids will be banned. It's part of the mayor's squeegee collaborative plan, but some, including City Council President Nick Mosby, say they have questions about how this plan will be enforced.
We want to hear from you. Do you believe squeegee kids are a threat to public safety? So far, 98% of those who have responded say yes. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote. Click on the Pulse tab to weigh in.
Negotiations underway now to help stop a possible railroad strike. Still ahead, the disagreement happening and what is being done to stop it.
We're still tracking some clouds this morning, but on our way to a mix of sun and clouds for the afternoon and less wind. We'll track our temperatures and our next weather maker, how it's going to impact your Wednesday plans. It's coming up in a few.
(8:10) right now, we are tracking the latest in negotiations between freight rail companies and labor unions. President Biden is calling on Congress to intervene in stalled negotiations between those companies and unions.
This is to prevent a strike that would devastate the economy right during the holidays. We have national correspondent Atra Al-Nashar joining us live from Capitol Hill with the latest on where things stand right now. Atra, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Megan and Patrice. So the two sides are down to the wire with a potential strike starting as soon as December 9th, though the effects of a strike would be felt days up to a week before it even happens. So at the core of this disagreement, as we've been reporting, is workers wanting paid sick time. And over the past few weeks, Megan and Patrice, I've spoken to Labor Secretary Marty Walsh, union leaders. We've also heard rail executives all say that congressional action is the last thing that they wanted to see. One union president tells me that for them, it's partly because historically historically, congressional intervention under the Railway Labor Act has favored the rail companies. Another reason for all sides is because the political moment we're in, a lame duck session of a deeply divided Congress. So any imposed contract would need 60 votes in the Senate, which is tough to get on any issue. And so far, there does seem to be bipartisan agreement on one thing, that there cannot be a rail shutdown. You mentioned it would devastate the economy, no less during the holidays. Now, House Speaker Pelosi is out with a statement overnight saying that the House will work this week to pass this tentative agreement, the presidential recommendation that was negotiated by the two sides with help from the Biden administration back in September, which most of the 12 unions have ratified, but a handful rejected. And as we know, if one union strikes, the rest have agreed to respect their picket lines.
Atra, let's talk about another topic, and it's one that it's amazing that we even have to talk about it. But the Senate could take up a historic first step toward protecting same-sex and interracial marriage under federal law. How likely is this to pass in this 50-50 Senate?
Well, considering the Senate voted 61 to 35 earlier this month to end debate on this legislation and just last night reached an agreement on amendment votes, it is very likely, it appears, to get through the 60-vote Senate filibuster and move to the House, where it only needs a simple majority to pass and land on the president's desk. Now, remember, the House passed it earlier this year with bipartisan support, but since the Senate is making changes to add religious liberty amendments that were pushed by Republicans, the lower chamber will have to approve it again with those changes. But in its current form, Megan and Patrice, the legislation would require states to recognize any marriage between two individuals if the union was valid in the state where it occurred, and also it would guarantee federal recognition. It would not, however, require individuals or groups to perform a wedding ceremony if it is against their religious beliefs. Back to you.
All right, Atra Anashar, live from our nation's capital. Thank you.
Today's number of the day takes a look at confidence in the midterm elections. 34% of voters are very confident ballots were counted accurately and the proper winners declared. A Scott Rasmussen National Survey found a majority of voters had at least some confidence in the election. Most voters also said that all results should be reported within a day of the election, while 35% said it is reasonable to take up to 2 weeks.
A man says he was assaulted and robbed after hopping in an Uber. Coming up, what police are saying about this crime and 2 other Uber-related crimes that we've seen recently.
And severe weather across our nation impacting millions. You see it there and here. We look into the dangerous travel conditions just ahead from the Live Center. 8:13 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
It is 8:16, and right now we're tracking two dangerous weather systems that are forming across the country.
Tom Rogers is at our live center with the next big weather makers. Tom.
Yeah, you see it right here, Megan Patrice. Take a look. Right now, 40 million people under the threat for severe weather this afternoon from the deep south to the Midwest. In fact, we're talking about strong storms, damaging wind gusts, even tornadoes are possible. So let's start in the south, where we point down to Houston, all the way to Jackson, Mississippi, into Nashville, and way above that going into Detroit. Forecasters expecting storms there to start early to late afternoon today, with the highest chance for supercell thunderstorms and long track tornadoes hitting possibly later this afternoon into the overnight hours, while many will be sleeping. Beyond that system, though, the second weather maker, and you see that right here brewing in the Midwest. Live look at our radar, where up to 10 inches of snow, possibly Colorado Springs, getting dumped on right now, according to our meteorologists, and then possible parts of Minneapolis, and you see Sioux City, and then going all the way up into Michigan. Minneapolis could see the snowiest day of the year so far. So what does this mean for travel? Well, according to FlightAware, almost 300 flights are already delayed as of right now across our country. Anyone planning to fly today, make sure you check your flight before you leave the house. So that's the latest from the Live Center. Now we want to go over to our meteorologist, Justin Chambers, though, on how these storms could eventually make their way over to Maryland and impact us here.
Yeah, exactly right, Tom. I mean, it's a really strong cold front that's bringing all of that colder air. It's going to interact with all of this warmer air, and this is what we're going to see later this afternoon and evening tonight, the potential for some tornadoes, especially in central Mississippi. That's where we're going to have the biggest potential severe weather outbreak as that storm and as that cold front interacts with all of that moisture from the Gulf of Mexico and all that warm air that is ahead of this system. A lot of areas and parts of this, a lot of areas of the country in these parts right here, they have a secondary severe weather season in November, and that is what we're looking at for today. That big red area right there, that's 4 on a scale of 1 to 5. That's a moderate risk for severe weather right in central Mississippi, up into Memphis, down through Hattiesburg, an enhanced risk. And that all the way extends up into Indianapolis and Nashville and all the way down through Baton Rouge. So that's the area of the country that we're focusing on for today. That same weather maker is going to impact us tomorrow. Now, not with those strong to severe thunderstorms, but that cold front is going to bring a lot of that colder air. We're going to get the warm air out ahead of that, and we're going to tap into some of that moisture by tomorrow afternoon, bringing us those stronger showers and, again, that heavier rain and that wind. Now, as for today, a lot of cloud cover that's out there right now. We'll see a mix of clouds and sun throughout the day today, and temperatures next hour into the lower 40s if you are going to get out there on the golf course, lower 50s through noontime, and into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour as well. Some of us only in the upper 40s for Westminster and Reisterstown over the Hereford zone, 51 in Towson, Lutherville, Timonium, 50 in Perry Hall and White Marsh, and lower 50s for you in Dundalk. And up and down the 95 corridor, 40s for New York and Philly, with 50s for Baltimore and D.C., down through Richmond at 57 today. Today is the day if you want to get the leaves raked up, or maybe you want to get some of the outside decorations put up as well. Wednesday, not the day. A red light, because this is what we're tracking. You can see on our future scan, we're dry this afternoon with less wind. Early tomorrow morning, about 6, 7 o'clock, it's going to be a wet commute right ahead of this system. And then that wind is really going to pick up from the south as that cold front moves in by about 1 p.m., crossing the area through about 5, 6 p.m. So keeping those scattered showers in for tomorrow evening. And then that colder and drier air works in on Thursday and Friday. And that's going to be a kind of a shock to our system, but we'll definitely be feeling the first day of meteorological winter on Thursday. The winter solstice officially in 22 days from right now, with Christmas in 26 days and 33 days now until 2023. 7-day forecast looks like this. We're actually warmer tomorrow with that wind and rain, but then much colder Thursday and Friday. We dry out nicely for the weekend, the first weekend of December. Mayor's Christmas parade, no problem with that, and Hamden with the weather, as well as the Ravens game on Sunday.
And I've got a 5K. So good weather. All right, well, it is time to open up the next gift in our Countdown to Christmas giveaway.
We want to say congratulations to Bonnie from Glen Burnie. She won the last gift. Now it's time for our next winner. So what we're going to do is we're going to unwrap this gift that we have right here, and then you can call in and win it.
Do you want to open it? You weren't here yesterday.
Yeah, I do. I really want you to. Thank you, Patrice. Yay! So we started yesterday and gave away 2, right?
We did. So today there's also another 2. And what do we have?
We have something I think our daughters would really like.
I see a... Oh, I thought that was a cookie on the front. Oh, it does say crunch, though, so maybe.
I'll keep
These
unwrapping.
are 2 popular word and math card games. Bingo Card Games creates the Flutter card game and the Flutter Crunch game. So these are games that you can play with the entire family. They cost $9.99 each, and you can buy them on Amazon.
Our elves did an amazing job sticking them together. I can't get the other one off. This is the back of the other one, but they're taped nicely together.
Well, very good. Well, you get the 2-pack, so
there's 2 in there.
They can stay taped.
And now is your chance to call in and win both of these. 410-481-4545. Caller number 10 right now gets to take this gift home. This is awesome. Very nice.
And we're at the Mid-Atlantic Youth Ballet, and coming up, we'll tell you about the unmistakably Maryland Nutcracker featuring, are these little mice here? Okay. It's coming up next.
And first quarter report cards have made it home to Baltimore City students. Still to come, Project Baltimore looks into not only the school system's complicated grading history, but also the policy in place now to address problems. 8:22 is the time. $8:25 now is So Baltimore. There's nothing unmistakable about Maryland culture.
Catch landmarks and icons in an original adaptation of the Nutcracker presented by the Mid-Atlantic Youth Ballet. We have Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark live at the Stevens Hall Theater in Towson with more. The music alone. Beautiful, Mark.
That's right. Nadia is going to tell us what makes this Nutcracker different and makes it so Maryland.
Being a native from New Jersey,
I
came to Maryland for school, and I quickly noticed how Marylanders have a great sense of state pride. And through the pandemic, we had to reimagine a lot of things, and so I took it as an opportunity to reimagine and refresh our classic Nutcracker. And so we see dancers who are celebrating success at the Preakness in our Preakness party scene. We have Hun Rats, and we also have Hose Raven dancing in the traditional Arabian scene. We have dancers who go to the Orioles, and all kinds of other iconic landmarks and cultural references.
Awesome. Where can we get these tickets? Where can we get these tickets, and when, and where?
Our performances are this weekend, Friday and Saturday at 7 p.m. at Towson University, and also there's a matinee at 2 o'clock on Saturday. And you can get tickets at tickets.tuboxoffice.com.
You can smell the Old Bay in the room. You can just tell. So Maryland, guys, it's going to be amazing.
It sounds like it will be. All right, Mark, thank you. Well, if you want more information about getting out to see this very Maryland nutcracker, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Well, it was a colder morning out there this morning, so what does it mean for the afternoon? Meteorologist Justin Chambers has more on that coming up.
State and federal prosecutors are cracking down on violent crime in Baltimore. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, all the details of their plan. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Project Baltimore is sponsored by the Snyder Law Group. Call 410 the Firm. Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us on this Tuesday, November 29th. I'm Megan Gilland.
And I'm Tom Rogers, and we want to find out exactly how warm it's going to get today.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers with those answers.
Cooler than yesterday when we ended up with in the mid-50s, but we should see a little bit more sunshine, even though we're struggling to get that sun through the clouds right now. You can kind of see that really cool shot as we look out over the Key Bridge here this morning out toward the Chesapeake and the Eastern Shore. Numbers statewide are mainly in the 30s and 40s, so it's definitely colder than it was yesterday at this time. Those temperatures are going to stay on the cooler side, but we're dry today. Rain, however, moving in tomorrow, so that's going to be the big change in our forecast. So if you do want to get some of the yard work done, maybe the outdoor decorating, I've been talking about it all morning. Today is the day to do that because tomorrow will be an inside day with that rain rolling in. 53 today. We're actually warmer tomorrow afternoon, and then we're back to the mid-40s on Thursday. So those cooler temperatures are right around the corner. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
The first quarter of the school year is complete, which means report cards have been sent home.
Yeah, well, this year, Baltimore City Public Schools has new policies now in place to ensure the students are only receiving grades that they have earned. Project Baltimore's Chris Papps joins us live to explain those changes. Good morning, Chris.
Yeah, good morning, Tom and Megan. Okay, 5 years now, we have been covering this story of teachers coming to us in Baltimore City schools saying that their grades that they put into the system are being changed by school administrators, failing grades for students being changed to passing so those students can move to the next grade or those students can graduate. So, I mean, this is obviously 5 years of coverage. There's a lot to cover here, but basically what had happened was in June of 2019, 2 years after Project Baltimore started covering this, Baltimore City schools implemented new grade changing policies. Earlier this year in 2022, the Inspector General for Education releases an investigation saying that even after that grade change, their policy, there were still at least 3,000 failing grades changed to passing in Baltimore City schools. So in the summer, city schools again revised their grade changing policies to try to ensure that students receive the grades on the report cards that they earn. Well, the first quarter has recently finished in Baltimore City schools. Grades are being put in again, and we're going to find out eventually, hopefully, if this new grade changing policy is going to prevent school administrators from changing failing grades to passing so they can move kids through the school system.
Chris, so what happens, though, if this new policy, doesn't really do the changes, or we're still seeing grade changing the wrong way? Who's going to hold them accountable?
Well, it just seems like Project Baltimore and FOX45, because we are now 5 years into this, and Dr. Santelises has been the superintendent the entire time, and the school board, as we've been reporting lately, fully supports her. They're behind her 100%. Larry Hogan has requested a criminal investigation into all of this. We don't know where that stands. It doesn't appear that MSDE is supporting that, the Maryland State Department of Education. We don't know where Wes Moore, the governor-elect, stands on this. We're trying to get an interview with him. Does he think there should be a criminal investigation into grade changing? So we got to see, where all this plays out. It doesn't look like the state is doing a lot to hold the school system accountable. When the governor requested a criminal investigation and the Inspector General for Education requested a full audit of the school system, we don't know if either of those are happening. We know the audit's not happening because the school system said no. The criminal investigation we're not sure about, and all MSDE did in response to this was send a letter to the school system saying, hey, what are you doing to make sure grades are okay? And that's when the school system responded with these new grade changing policies. So, Project Baltimore is going to keep holding the school system accountable, because the teachers that we spoke with, all of them said, you're doing the students a disservice giving them passing grades when they should be failing because they're not learning the material, and you're sending these kids out into the real world and they're not prepared for a job. They're not prepared to be able to support their families because they haven't received the proper education because their grades have been changed.
Wow. All right, Chris Papps, thank you.
Well, now we want to go to a city in crisis this morning. Police investigating 3 recent separate Uber-related crimes, 2 of them involving someone calling an Uber, then men showing up with guns and taking their victims to ATMs to try and get more money from them.
And now, word of another shocking crime, this one with ties to the Horseshoe Casino.
Shannon Lilly is joining us this morning from Baltimore Police Headquarters with what we're learning. Shannon?
Yeah, this is the third in a string of incidents just like this. Police not yet saying whether these 3 Uber-related crimes are related, but we did speak with some people at the Horseshoe Casino after this most recent crime, and they're uneasy. Take a listen.
It's one thing if you put yourself at risk, you do something that's quote unquote risky, but just at a random act to have something like that happen to you, that's a scary thought.
So let's take you back to when this started. Baltimore police say a man was assaulted and robbed just before 1:30 Monday morning. They say that man reported picking up a rideshare vehicle from the casino's valet area, but once he got in, he noticed the driver going the wrong way. So the man questioned the driver, but that driver took him to Bayard Street near Wycomico Street, and that's where police say they pulled over, another vehicle pulling up, and 5 or 6 men armed with handguns ordered the man out of the car. Police say one suspect took the man's cell phone and hit him in the face several times. Now, again, this is just the latest in a string of incidents that we have seen. Police not confirming whether or not these incidents are related, but we do want to note that one of those incidents happened in Baltimore County. Now, as for Uber, they say they are working with police in these investigations, and they are also reminding customers to be sure to verify the details of your ride before getting in the car. Reporting from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News.
Well, happening right now, Frederick County Sheriff's Office is holding a news conference. This is related to a deputy-involved shooting that happened earlier this morning. Right now, they're taking questions from reporters. 2 people are dead. Another is in the hospital. You heard the father has died. The mother has superficial wounds. They were just saying that. And apparently, a relative, they are all related, and a relative is the one that was shot by police. Now, you can watch this news conference live right now on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Elsewhere in the city in crisis, one more gang member is now off Baltimore streets this morning.
A Baltimore man who was only 19 years old at the time of his indictment will now spend the next 40 years in federal prison. Olivia Dance joining us live now with the latest details and the message his sentence is sending. Olivia.
Well, Megan and Tom, the message is that federal and state prosecutors will not tolerate violent crime here in Baltimore, and tougher sentences like this is just the start. Now, as you mentioned, now 21-year-old Rashad Nesmith was only 19 at the time of his indictment, and he was served a 40-year federal prison sentence on Monday.
It's a shame to come out of this courthouse and sentence somebody to decades longer than they've been alive, but it's necessary.
Prosecutors say Nesmith was a member of the infamous C gang, and in total he was involved in more than a dozen carjackings, non-fatal shootings, robberies, and at least 3 homicides, including the 2019 shooting of a Baltimore City police sergeant. Eric Barron, Maryland's U.S. attorney, says the state will no longer stand for violent crime like that.
If you commit a violent crime in this city, we will be on your trail, and when we find you, you will be held accountable.
Barron first announcing his zero tolerance policy back in August in what he calls the Al Capone model of prosecution. The plan also includes hiring more prosecutors, investigators, and analysts.
I have directed my staff to investigate and prosecute repeat violent offenders for any and all wrongdoing that meets our priorities.
The deputy commissioner of the Baltimore City Police Department says the added assistance from state and federal partners is much appreciated and needed. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. U.S. plays Iran today's round of World Cup. After the break, why social media causing the opposing team to call for the U.S. to be kicked out. You can watch it right here on Fox 45.
And another dry day ahead, at least for now. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is going to let us know when the next weather maker will be on the way. But in the meantime, look how beautiful. It is 8:39. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. Definitely colder here so far, but really cool shot there from our live cam as we open up our live window. You can see the sun is up. We've got some clouds hanging around. That's what we're going to see today, kind of a mix of clouds and sun. Tracking the rain that's rolling in tomorrow, and we'll take a closer look at that coming up.
Thank you, Justin. 8:42, and it never ends. Laptops, tablets, earbuds, phones, something always needs to be charged. Genevieve Gorder is here with a game-changing solution for these irritating problems in today's America's Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
Hey, everybody. Today I've got something to fix a pet peeve we all struggle with. An uncharged phone, or maybe it's your laptop or your tablet. It all feels annoying and can be unsafe, and it bugs all of us. This is the Magnetic Static 360 charging cable. Now, it is a hyper-fast charger and the only cable you're ever going to need. And here's why it's special. Static chargers can charge your phone up to 8 times faster. They're magnetic, and they rotate 360 degrees. So if it's yanked accidentally by your kid, your dog, or you, no worries, there's no damage. Your phone's not going to fall on the floor. You get 3 universal connectors. Insert the one you need and snap it on the cord, which is great. Plus, Static makes these amazing snap and charge portable chargers with the same magnetic tips for charging on the go. There's so many different chargers. This one is extra. I travel a lot. I bring in a laptop, a speaker, headphones, my phone. It's a lot of different types of chargers. And with the Magnetic Static 360, I only need 1 cord because none of us like cords. Let's just be honest about it. Today, we are offering up to 50% off packs of 2 or 3 cables with different lengths, as well as the snap and charge charger. Take advantage of this deal before we run out. Go to asadeals.com.
It is 8:46, and nothing welcomes guests to your home during the holiday season like a festive wreath. But these can be super expensive. Here to show us how to make our own, Tasha Lee, florist and owner of Tasha Flowers, showing us how this is done. Thank you so much for being here.
Of course. Thank you for having me.
Well, you just blew my mind already. I love trying to make my own wreaths and try to save a little bit of money. I said, oh my goodness, you're tying these on with pipe cleaners.
Right.
These aren't pipe cleaners.
No.
What are these?
These are chenille stems. Whenever we are designing their chenille stems, if we're a plumber, then they are pipe cleaners.
Chenille stems.
Chenille stems.
I
yes.
love it. All right. So show me how we can get started. Obviously, you can get a bear wreath pretty much anywhere right now.
You can. Any place in your local craft store. If you want to save a little bit more money, you could probably try a secondhand store.
Oh, smart.
But these are pretty inexpensive now. You can get them for less than $7, sometimes even $4 or $5.
I even try to refurbish some of my old ones that just don't look nice anymore.
Well, if you take care of them year to year, kind of put them away, cover them up, it works out well.
Okay, so what's step one?
So step one is figure out what size wreath you need. If it's going to go on your front door, how big is your door? Because you don't want to get something that's too small or too big.
Right.
But this is a 24-inch wreath. It's the standard size for most homes that are, the door is like 36 inches wide.
Yeah.
And once you figure once you figure that out, then fluff your wreath. They come really tightly packed.
Do you like to separate them all? I kind of separate them. Okay.
You do. So this side has been fluffed out.
Yes, it looks
while
good.
This side has not been. So you want to pull them up and make it look kind of natural. You know, think about what you see naturally outside, and then just fluff it up. Yep, make it fuller.
That part's easy and kind of fun.
Yeah, that's the easy part. It's laborious, but it is easy.
And after that?
After that, then you want to figure out what's your theme. So I'm going with a festive, traditional red and green because you can't go wrong with that.
No, you can't. And look how cute.
Right. And so you can get your decorations at any craft store. You can make them your own. You can go on any of the other sites out there that'll sell you something really fun. But I like the gnome because he's kind of trending right now. So I picked up the gnome and then I made this bow, this really fancy bow.
You tied him in with our little...
I did. So I use, again, the chenille stems, and you want to get, you don't want to use your your scissors on here because the wire inside will damage it.
Yeah.
So invest in wire cutters.
Beautiful.
So I got these from the home.
Do you ever use hot glue? I sometimes, does that helpful? Is that good or bad? What do you think?
Not for this part.
Okay.
So
for some of the other things.
Yeah, when you're putting on your baubles, you want to hot glue those in, and you want to be strategic. You also want to make sure you go for impact. So try to put things together in clusters of 3.
And for those, can you just kind of stick it in?
You could for the sake of this segment, but for permanent decoration, no, you need to hot glue
that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you definitely want to make sure that you pay attention to that.
And I like these. Maybe we can put those in there too. I think that's pretty. Yeah, these are some great ideas, Tasha.
Absolutely.
We appreciate it. And obviously fresh flowers can come to you for too.
Of course.
I heard a little rumor about that. Thank you so much for coming in.
Absolutely.
All right, let's check in now with meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got a look at our forecast. We're feeling very festive here and even outside too.
Are those ice skates?
Yes.
Yes.
Over here.
They are.
Isn't that cute?
Wow. I was like, that's a cool wreath.
It's one of my most popular.
They're small. They're obviously, they're not real.
Not a person that got hung up on the wreath. It's trying to fly around.
It's cute.
Halloween. All right, good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday to you. Getting closer to the World Cup match, USA-Iran, coming up at 2 o'clock this afternoon right here on Fox 45. Ridge of high pressure is centered in over most of the mid-Atlantic and the East Coast. So today we are going to be dry. We're tracking our next weather maker. We've been talking about it all morning. Look at all this snow that is impacting folks in the Rockies and the Front Range. Denver, Colorado Springs getting hit with just bands of heavy bursts of snow. That continues up into Nebraska, over toward Iowa and Minnesota as well. All of that cold air is going to interact with the much warmer air and all of this moisture from the southeast, and that's why we have a severe weather outbreak, which more than likely be taking place late this afternoon and into the overnight hours tonight. That red area right there in central Mississippi, that is a moderate risk for severe weather. That's 4 on a scale of 1 to 5. And that severe weather affecting more than 40 million people all the way from Chicago down through New Orleans and areas down through parts of Louisiana as well. Now, tomorrow, the cold front is going to move into our area. We're going to get warm air and wind out ahead of that, mainly just rain showers for us on Wednesday, but we could see some gusty winds. Could be knocking down some of those inflatable decorations that you have up. So just kind of think about that for tomorrow. But today is going to be nice and calm. Upper 30s here this hour. By the time we get to lunchtime, we'll be about 50 degrees. And as you're settling in to watch the World Cup match, we're talking about lower 50s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for today. Some of you still in the upper 40s. Westminster and Bel Air over to Elkton. 51 Chestertown and Stevensville across the bay and into parts of Annapolis, those lower 50s. You can really see it on this map. Look at all that cold air for the west, and then all that warm air out ahead of that. That's a very well-defined cold front, so that's typically when we see that active and severe weather. As for us here, our future scan taking us through the afternoon, those clouds increasing tonight, rain tomorrow morning, most of the day tomorrow afternoon into the evening time before that drier and colder air works in on Thursday. That's what we're looking at. Quickly want to send a shout out to Sonia, who sent in this picture of Bodie the dog, and that is Bodie with an Advent calendar for dogs. I love it. Yeah, each day in Advent, the dog gets a treat. So that's pretty awesome. Each day in Advent, we get a glass of wine. That's how my wife and I are doing it. So, all right, our 7-day forecast, 53 today, 61 tomorrow, mid-40s on Thursday, and then we're a little bit warmer and drier for the Ravens game on Sunday. Time to take a look at a view through your window. Look at this cool shot from Beth, a purple sunrise in Baltimore. I know Ravens didn't get the victory, but they're back at it coming up on Sunday. We would love to see the view through your window. Just go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or take a picture of that QR code on your screen.
All right, Justin, thank you. Iran is calling for the U.S. to be kicked out of the World Cup after it tweaked Iran's flag on social media.
U.S. Soccer Federation removed the Islamic Republic emblem from their flag, only showing its green, white, and red stripes on social media. U.S. soccer officials say it was a show of support for women in Iran fighting for human rights. FIFA has not commented, though, on that social media graphic. U.S. is taking on Iran today at 2. The Americans are just 1 point behind Iran and have to win in order to advance to the next stage of this tournament. You can watch it all right here on Fox 45. Topping your morning business report, oil prices dropping to their lowest levels this year. Crude oil slid Monday by more than $2. It's now trading at nearly $81 a barrel.
Disney's hiring freeze will stay in place. That's what returning Disney CEO Bob Iger is telling employees. The hiring freeze was announced earlier this month by Iger's predecessor. Iger said Monday keeping the freeze in place is the wise thing to do given the challenges facing the company. He also said the duration of the hiring halt will be a factor as he addresses Disney's overall cost structure.
Santa's elves are a little tied up right now because Santa may not be able to put a new iPhone under your tree this year.
That's right. Apple reportedly dealing with some production delays. According to Bloomberg, the company could see a shortfall of 6 million iPhones, and it has to do with the unrest in China affecting a major manufacturing plant.
Now, Apple did not comment on this report. Customers who ordered an iPhone 14 or Pro Max last week could have to wait 37 days for delivery. The regular iPhone 14, though, is still in stock. An increase in temperatures, but not for long. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has your 10-day forecast coming up.
But first, let's increase our energy with 24 ounces of black gold.
Oh, that sounds perfect. It's time for a coffee break.
It's so weird sitting over here at 8:58. We never do this.
Oh, it's
right.
soccer time.
Soccer time. I'm excited for that. All right, here we go. This is what it looks like outside right now. We still have some of that cloud cover, kind of that glow. It's going to be kind of a mix of clouds and sun today. Temps in the lower 50s. Now, tomorrow you think, oh, 61, that's awesome. Rainy and windy. That's the thing. It's going to be an indoor day tomorrow. And then we're much colder Thursday and Friday, as you can see. But that's the beginning of meteorological winter. And then as we head to the weekend, yep, we're looking pretty good with numbers staying in the 50s all the way through early next week, all the way on the right side of your screen right there. So, yeah, December 1st.
Spring-like.
These are the last couple days of autumn officially, guys, for meteorological fall and winter.
I can't believe we're heading into December.
I know.
This
It's
is
right around the
happening.
corner.
I
Yeah.
see a Christmas tree behind you.
We got a big Christmas tree. Yeah. And
Lots
we got
of
more
gifts.
more gifts. I think tomorrow, another round of our countdown to Christmas.
And if you're a soccer fan, hopefully USA gives you a big gift here today. Here we go. It's game time.
Yeah.
Well, 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock. Well, we're starting
we have
now.
another match.
Right here on Fox.
We have another match at 10 o'clock. That's why we're
Yeah,
off
they
early.
start at
So,
11 and
exactly.
then another one.
Yep.
We'll see you tomorrow.
That's Are you talking to me? Oh. Well, I thought Patrice was going first, but I'd be happy to go. Oh. So, not me? Oh, I'm ready to go. I can do weather too. All right, whatever.
Patrice, can you hear me? I can't hear you, Patrice. Hold on. Oh, fudge.
Anyone
1 2 1 2.
there for jackets? We'll see. I'm going to go give it a shot.
Should be there at 9 o'clock.
All right. That's.
Don't take Taylor with you.
Let me. Why can't Taylor go?
Well, maybe just for me.
All right. IFB 1 2 3. Okay, there we go. Russell, why do you never clamp the bottom of the IFB box? Never. Hey, Kelson.
Hey, Patrice.
How are you?
I'm good, and yourself?
I'm good. All right. Let's do it.
Okay.
I say mornings. I mean, because technically you're on the radio in the mornings.
Yeah, morning show, yep.
Okay. Oh, okay.